Hello, everybody. I was doing a show last night with Derek Johnson and Military Roundtable, and both of us were talking about how the next major focus is going to be on the judicial. So we've got the freedom from the dark web, deep state, uh, through the executive with President Trump being elected. We're in the process, it's not complete yet, we're in the process, I think it will be in 2026, of freeing the legislative from the deep web, dark state, deep state, black hats, right? Uh, British influence. All right, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the reason why this needs to happen is because the judicial ultimately controls pretty much everything throughout our society. Now, this came in, I believe, after the War of 1812. They basically dominated. The British came in, they burned the Capitol, they burned legislative procedures, they stopped legislative procedures that would have prevented the British from having influence in America. And we're going to talk about that. Article 13. Now, a lot of you will say Article 13 isn't about slavery. Well, there was an Article 13 that was started and has never been ratified. It still can be ratified. That would exclude any foreign influence, and anyone that took up that foreign influence, like the British Accredited Registry, bar, that judges and lawyers, attorneys, not lawyers, attorneys go through, have to become the bar, part of the bar. Now, some people say, well, the bar is about, the bar between, the public and the courtroom. There is that. That's true. But there is also a British. Why would they even have that? Why would they even term it that? British Accredited Registry, because you're part of Britain still, right? So in 1871, later after the War of 1812, and that was never ratified, the British came in and had massive influence on us after the Civil War, where Abraham Lincoln had taken in all the debt of both of the South and the North. And we were in arrears quite a bit. And so he got the backing of the British, all right, to cover the debt. And his plan was to, eventually through tariffs, which were which had been working exceptionally well, he would pay that back. Of course, he was assassinated, probably through the British influence and so forth, just like they did the War of 1812, so that they could have influence on America, control America. And after 1871, they've had the Corporation of America, and all of the laws that were, for Americans went bye-bye, right? Especially with the new Article 13 and the Amendment 13 and Amendment 14 and so forth. Some of them never were not ratified, right? So we'll talk about that in later shows, but I want to focus on, what's going on right now. This is the thing that we all need to be aware of, this manipulation through the judicial systems throughout each state, right? So everybody talks Constitution. The Constitution has been usurped massively through statutory law, common law, which is the law of the Constitution, has been usurped and taken over by the British Accredited Registry, right? It's been a slow squeeze. 1913, of course. We'll talk about that as well. When the Federal Reserve came in and basically took away our tariffs, right? Our tariffs had made America great. And when the Federal Reserve came in, they started the taxation and did away with the tariffs and brought in free trade. Every time free trade has come in, it's been the destruction of a nation. So our free trade has been slowly squeezing and destroying our nation. And President Trump is trying to bring us back to the tariffs, which I will explain are the thing that we have to go back to, right? And do away with free trade. Free trade destroyed England, right? Tariffs, and made China great. And we'll talk about all the different countries that have done free trade. There's been no country that has had free trade that has gone on to be successful. They're eventually destroyed, right? So America has been destroyed through judicial process and through this free trade nonsense. So we're going to talk about both of those. We'll talk about what happened last night at the State of the Union address, the clown show that happened on the Democrat side. We'll talk about all that. It's going to be a really, really good show. So I did real good research. I've had some people that have been informing me very deeply on the judicial side and how that is a key for us going forward. All right. So let me share the screen, and we'll start with the Titles of Nobility Amendment. Titles of Nobility Amendment, which was supposed to be, and very nearly was, the 13th Amendment, right? And then they buried it. And now we have the 13th Amendment, which was in slavery. All right. So, Titles of Nobility, come up. There you go. All right. It's slow to come up. I don't know why. I guess it has to go through NSA, and they have to approve it first. The Titles of Nobility Amendment is a proposed and still pending amendment. So you think I'm joking. I just did a show with Sheila Holm where she talked about how she nearly died, and many other people died from a bioweapon attack. And YouTube took it down and gave me a warning. So they still are pushing on that bioweapon stuff, guys. All right. They're still controlling the narrative on that. All right. So it was still pending amendment, still pending. We need to bring this back in. All right. So and make it and have it passed, because it very nearly was passed. The 11th Congress passed it on May 1st, 1810, and submitted to the state legislators for ratification. So it passed through Congress and the Senate, and then it went to the states. So there had to be a certain number of states that passed it, and we were right there. And then the War of 1812 happened. How about that? All right. So it talks about how it would strip United States citizenship from any citizen who accepted a title of nobility. So all those judges, all those bar law attorneys could potentially lose their citizenship for being in the bar, for being part of the bar, right? And I believe that we have had lots of mischief that has been destroying America, and this is a good place where we can fix it. Text from amendment. If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept and retain any present pension, office, or emolument of any kind whatever from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States, and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit from them or either of them. So it was proposed, it was pushed forward. I'm not going to go into, what motivated that. There's a good reason why it was motivated. There's still a good reason why it's motivated to be passed right now, right? Because of judicial nonsense that's going on in America. The Titles of Nobility Amendment was introduced by the Senate by Democrat Republican Senator Philip Reed, and used to have a Democrat Republican group. And then they had Democrats and Republicans, used to have Whigs and all kind of crazy stuff in, back then. So Philip Reed of Maryland was passed on April 27th, 1810 by a vote of 19-5. So it didn't have a lot of people back then. We need to go back to that. And sent to the House of Representatives for its consideration. It was passed by the House on May 1st. So it went through very quickly. The Senate and the House, boom, boom. Now, having been approved by Congress, the proposed amendment was sent to the state legislatures for ratification and was ratified by the following states. Maryland starts in 1810, and then into the next year, you see how every state was boom, 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 passing this. And then the War of 1812 came. And then, of course, we have Virginia, which was, lean towards the British. New York, which leaned heavily towards the British. Connecticut, Rhode Island, and South Carolina, which didn't say no and didn't say yes. But South Carolina is very suspect too, because the British came in and took over Charleston very easily, right? And huge army there, and somehow the British just came in and took everything, right? Now, the British, fortunately, were eventually defeated through, I think, guerrilla warfare, and that's what turned the tide. So I could talk about that in other shows, but this is basically where we're at right now, guys. This was a amendment that was almost passed, and it was stopped through the War of 1812, where British came in. They're like, oh, no, 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 no. You're not going to exclude us. We basically were able to, walk away from the Revolutionary War with the knowledge that eventually we're going to have control. And they probably did to a certain extent. So now we move on to the next War of 1812. So War of 1812, of course, the British came in. They burned the Capitol, where the 13th Amendment was written and stored. We didn't have a Capitol back then. We had the White House. Did I say the Capitol? So the White House, they burned the White House down. The Capitol, I don't think was built back then, but, further down the line. So anyway, regardless, we had, groups that fought against each other, belligerents. So the United States had the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Lower Creek, and Tuscarora. And the United Kingdom had Tecumseh's Confederacy, Red Sticks, Menominee, and 6 nations of the Grand River and West Florida. Wow. Commanders and leaders: James Madison, who was eventually become president, John Rogers, Stephen Decatur, Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, William Hull, and Winfield Scott. So the strength at the start of this war was 7,000 of the United States, 5,200 under the United Kingdom. And I'm looking at the Earl of Liverpool was the lead, I guess. Eventually, the United States would have 35,800 troops at war's end. The Rangers, militia, frigates, 12, lots of Rangers. Rangers are badass, still are badass. And the strength of the British Empire was 48,000. So 35 to 48. So sounds like somebody made a deal, right? Somebody made a deal. You don't continue this talk of this 13th Amendment, and we'll walk away from that. That's what I think happened, right? Both sides, of course, we had the Francis Scott Key, the bombardment of Fort, what was it, McHenry or something like that, started the Star Spangled Banner. And of course, the flag wasn't pulled down. The British fleet bombardment didn't make them go away. So they fought, throughout the night. Very, very good. So we made a good showing, but we lost the 13th Amendment, right? It was never ratified. So British influence to this day has continued. Of course, President Trump, when he went to England in his first term, he basically, walked in front of the Queen and all that kind of stuff, and They went to the Vatican and got lots of gold out of the Vatican. The Pope wasn't very happy. The English weren't happy because Trump said that 1871 deal you made, that's done, right? And so you no longer control us. So now we need to move into, so the executive was done. We're moving into the legislative, and now we need to do the judicial, right? How many of you guys know there's 3 branches of the United States, of the government? I know because I had to when I was playing football, because the head of my football coach was, he taught basically the, the 3 branches of government, the Constitution. So I had to do well in that class. Right? So, and I'm glad I did. All right. I'm glad I did. So, and I was the fastest guy in my school. My school did really good in football, but instead of going on to college where everybody wanted me to go, because I was such a fast runner and so good, I went into the Navy and became a Navy SEAL. glad I did that. Right. Tariffs, the taxes that made America great. Now I looked through this, and you can ask ChatGPT, and they're going to tell you some bullshit, right? Because that's the way it's programmed. And you're going to look at probably the first 5 to 10 little look at me. This is that's President Trump. He's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Blah 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 blah. But if you look a little deeper, you're going to find the truth, and that's what you got to do, guys. You got to dig, because there's a lot of bullshit out there. All right, so the 1810 13th Amendment, look that up. If you look up 13th Amendment, it's going to show you the, post-Civil War, free the slaves. Well, so the original 13th Amendment, like I said, needs to be passed. All right. Make America think again. Make America think again. All right. Patrick Buchanan did a good job here. He writes really good stuff. I love his stuff. All right. So let's see. Where am I going to start here? Somewhere after China. Yep. There we go. All right. Tariffs were the taxes that made America great, period. And will make America great again, and are making America great again. This is why President Trump was able to, cut taxes for the seniors, no more tax for Social Security, no more tax for people that are earning wages through tips, no more tax on people that do overtime, no more taxes on, or a bonus, I think, for people that buy new cars, get a loan or whatever, new cars in America, made in America cars, right? So there are lots of, he would not have been able to do that. And he gave every soldier, sailor, Marine, Air Force person that's active right now, $1,776. How did he do all that? Because if it was up to the Democrats, they would be taxing us more, right? So he continued the great, stuff that he did in his first term. I believe that somehow he was involved in keeping that from more taxes coming in over the last, previous 4 years during the Biden administration, which was just a show. And I think there's many reasons why he did it. So anyway, it goes on to talk about how they were the taxes relied upon by the first and greatest of our early statesmen before the coming of the globalists, Woodrow Wilson and FDR, who were both communist, both of them communist, especially FDR, right? Started Social Security, take from everybody and put it in a government program where when you retire, you get nothing pretty much after working your ass off, your whole life. So they've been stealing from Social Security. If they'd, taken money like the new Trump fund that's out there for children, they would be super rich at this point if they hadn't kept stealing money from Social Security, right? So that was always their plan, and that's the way the Democrats are. They steal. They're stealers, and we'll see more of that when I come up to my next part, where I posted lots of stuff in X. Tariffs to protect manufacturers and jobs. So Trump has talked about this, and the manufacturers have been, very happy with Trump tariffs because there were unfair trade practices that have been going on for decades and decades, all the way back to 1913, right? I believe that's when we went to free trade, because that's what Britain wanted, so that they could rape us, and they've been raping us ever since. So Trump is basically turning that around. So tariffs to protect manufacturing jobs were the Republican Party's path to power and prosperity in the 19th and 20th centuries, before the rise of the Rockefeller Eastern liberal establishment and its embrace of the British-bred heresy of unfettered free trade. Rockefellers, you are cursed. You should be cursed as a family, right? The Tariff Act of 1789 was enacted with the declared purpose, the encouragement and protection of manufacturers. It was the second act passed by the first Congress, led by Speaker James Madison, right, who fought in that War of 1812. It was crafted by Alexander Hamilton and signed by President Washington. After the War of 1812, all right, President Madison, backed by Henry Clay and John Calhoun and ex-President Jefferson and Adams, enacted the tariffs of 1816 to price British textiles out of competition, so Americans would build the new factories and capture the booming U.S. market. It worked. America became great. America will become great again under tariffs. Tariffs financed by Mr. Lincoln's War. The tariff of 1890 bears the name of Ohio Congressman and future President William McKinley, who said that a foreign manufacturer has no right or claim to equality with our own. He pays no taxes. He performs no civil duties. That is economic patriotism, putting America and Americans first. Americans, right? The Fordney-McCumber tariff gave President Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge the revenue to offset the slashing of Wilson's income taxes, igniting that most dynamic of decades, the Roaring Twenties. That the Smoot-Hawley tariff caused the Depression of the 1930s is a New Deal myth and lie in which America's school children have been indoctrinated for decades. The Depression began with the crash of the stock market in 1929, 9 months before Smoot-Hawley became law. Those lying thieves. The real villain, the Federal Reserve, which failed to replenish that third of the money supply that had been wiped out by thousands of bank failures. So all those banks got wiped out, and the Federal Reserve, which is not federal and has no reserves, came in and took over. And they made it so that those banks would fail. Milton Friedman taught us that a tariff is a tax, but its purpose is not just to raise revenue, but to make a nation economically independent of others and to bring its citizens to rely upon each other rather than foreign entities. The principle involved in a tariff is the same as that used by U.S. colleges and universities that charge foreign students higher tuition than their American counterparts. What patriot would consign the economic independence of his country to the invisible hand of Adam Smith in a system crafted by intellectuals whose allegiance is to an ideology, not a people? What great nation did free traders ever build? Free trade is the policy of fading and failing powers, ours included, past their prime. To the half-century follow passage of the Corn Laws, The British showed the folly of free trade. They began the second half of the 19th century with an economy twice that of the USA and entered it with an economy half of ours, and equaled by a Germany which had, under Bismarck, adopted what was known as the American system. Of the nations that have risen to economic preeminence in recent centuries, the British before 1850, United States between 1789 and 1914. So 1913, when the Federal Reserves and the IRS started. Post-war Japan, China in recent decades. How many did so through free trade? None. Zero. Zip. All practice economic nationalism. The problem for President Trump: once a nation is hooked on the cheap goods that are the narcotic free trade provides, it is rarely able to break free, because we have all these idiots, Democrats and so forth, that are screaming. And of course, the foreign entities like China and, European countries and so forth that have been, raping the United States for a long time, they're crying and they're pumping money into Democrat coffers so that they can, cry for free trade and push back against the, and of course, we've seen this with, people within the Supreme Court who have sided with China over free trade, for free trade, and push back on, our great new way of trading, tariffs, right? Without tariffs, United States is going to crumble, and President Trump knows this, and that's why he's gone to tariffs. He's gone back to a way that has worked in the past, and it's going to work going forward. All right. So let's look at, the State of the Union last night and the clown show of the Democrat Party, which is trying to destroy America as fast as it can, and is showing its hand. All right. So this was, I watched it all last night. I say, no question now for all to see how the Dem Party needs to go bye-bye. Pass the SAVE Act, which he talked about, and he said it very, very strongly that it needs to be passed. So the Democrats, who would not be in power if the SAVE Act passes, will be taken away, and that's what I believe. Let's listen to this. All right, so it's done. They hate America and the interests that are there. So this is an IRS bombshell. The 16th Amendment was never ratified. 330 trillion stolen from the American people, right? So let's go into this and look at this. It says the smoking gun is out. 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the very foundation that supposedly gives the federal government the power to collect income tax and authorize the IRS, was never legally ratified. Everything the IRS has done since 1913 is based on a lie. What does ratified mean? It's a legal process by which a constitutional amendment becomes law by being properly approved by a required number of states, like I told you guys about the 13th Amendment. If that never happened, then the amendment is null and void until it gets approved. So everything built on top of it, including the IRS, has no legal foundation. 330 trillion stolen in broad daylight. That's a lot. It did not go to rebuilding cities, did not go to fix schools or roads, did not eliminate poverty. It was funneled into foreign banks, the deep state, endless wars, surveillance, censorship, and globalist control. All right. The IRS is a financial weapon, not a public service. It was never about funding freedom. It was about enforcing submission. what the 1985 IRS letter actually says. All right. So there was a letter that was written. Let's see if I can find it. All right, I have it on my laptop, so I'll just bring it up. All right, let me exit out of this and pull this puppy up. So it's a 1985 letter that was sent to all district directors. So they had a guy that basically came in and went to court and said, you have no right to tax me, and he was right, and they had to admit it, but they did it very quietly, and they knew that people were going to come in and request to have their taxes refunded to them, and so they had to do it. They did it quietly for I guess around 5 years, and then it got suppressed. All right, so this was April 4th, 1985, Internal Revenue Service, and I'm going to have somebody come on. I know you guys like military, officers, so I'm going to have a military officer come in, and we're going to talk about this and lots of other things having to do with what's going on with the judicial. All right, so on March 5th, 1985, a charge of tax evasion was filed in U.S. District Court of Indianapolis, Indiana, by a U.S. attorney. Kind of hard to read some of this, but I don't know, maybe Geo Duncan. So Duncan, the charges were dismissed. The defense attorney, Lowell Docraft of Huntsville, Alabama, presented irrefutable evidence that the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was never properly ratified. The amendment, which established the income tax, was signed into law despite serious defects. In reality, only 2 states ratified the amendment, and I think it has to be 60-70% or something of the states have to ratify it. So it wasn't ratified correctly. And ratification requires 30 states. So you have to have at least 30 states. That's the percentage of states you have to have. So the effect of this is such that every tax paid into the Treasury since 1913 is due and refundable to every citizen and business. Right. So I know a lot of you out there, so that's ridiculous. Oh, no. Come on. That kind of attitude is what, makes this stuff continue. All right. We got to get together and we got to push back on this stuff, guys. The official position of the service is, and this is what the commissioner of the Internal Revenue said, Roscoe Egger. So this is the Egger document, EGGER. So I've been given access to it, but it is out there. I guess it's been out there, but maybe I guess it just was approved for me to do this for today. But I saw it on another post, like I just shared with you. It's in that post, so it's going out to everyone, guys. Spread this stuff. All right. I have it on my X account. You can go over there, copy it, share it. Make a copy of it, share it around. We got to get this out there. So we will not publish. So they said back then, they knew that they were caught. We will not publish or advertise this finding as a total immediate refund would cause a serious drain on the resources of the Treasury. For those citizens who become aware of this finding and apply for a total refund, expedite their refund documents as quickly and as quietly as possible. A simple 1040X form will suffice until a new form is designed and printed. Advise each of your managers that they are not to discuss this situation with anyone. There will be no written communications, and you are to destroy this memorandum. Secretary of the Treasury assures me that there will be no reduction to the workforce, as this refunding activity will take a minimum of 5 years to complete. Further directions will be forwarded as the need arises. So they've obviously hidden this for a long time. I've seen something like this over the years, but it is definitely out bigly now, right? So we're going to take down the IRS. If you've been paying taxes, you will get a refund. And you're like, Mike, how we're going to get a refund? That's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, right? Well, I will tell you. Right? I will show you, and I will tell you. Of course, this has been shared by Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, right? She did it on a show. Maybe many of you have seen this, but this is quintillions of dollars of gold that we recovered from the Vatican. I think it was like, how many planes was it? 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican. And I guess every other country got their gold back too. So this is about ready to pop. And, of course, we have to get control of the judicial. So the judicial is, restricting us from getting this. Now, another pot of gold was in the Philippines. We used to store gold there because we had massive numbers of bases there. Unfortunately, when the Japanese, raided the Philippines back in World War II, they had to cover it up and they had to hide it, probably down in deep underground military domes. And they just walked away. And so recently, as my understanding, I guess the Japanese, when they came in, they probably tortured a lot of people trying to find that, but they never would. They never could. All right, so here we have Dr. Halper Hayes. I've fast forwarded this. She goes over, why Trump did a lot of stuff, why they had to let the election go in 2020, all kind of crazy stuff. So this is what she says at the end. This is Truths Unlimited, where you can find this. And I think it's at the 13, what is it at? 739 point is where I have this. He talks about how Trump walked in front of the Brits, monarchy, and he was respectful, but, he still was in charge.
Was going to bankrupt the U.S. corporation because it was the Vatican, the Crown, and the U.S. that was part since 1871. And we were giving you our tax dollars. We were paying back. Forget this Tea Party and without taxation, without representation. We owed you a lot of money because you helped us in the Civil War. And so that is what Trump has now, he told the Queen, I'm ending this. We're dissolving this corporation. We're going to go back to being a republic and we'll all be separate. The Pope wasn't happy. You should find the picture of him visiting the Pope. It took 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican Bank.
I'm not very happy about it, Jan, to be perfectly honest. We could do with your money at the minute. Keep it flowing, I say. Jan Halper Hayes, really good to see you.
You too.
All right. So those Brits, they're not happy they don't have control of us and stealing our money anymore. And now we're seeing lots of the Brits basically go down under the Jeffrey Epstein files, which Jeffrey Epstein was a U.S. guy. Yay. All right. Yeah, he was an evil boy. Did evil things, but he's given up a lot of stuff. At some point, Epstein's going to testify, guys. And we're going to see a lot of people go bye-bye, right? Forever. And some of them because they deserve it, right? Because they've been very bad people and on multiple levels. Very, very bad. All right. So let's have a little fun with the lefties. I'm going to share this one comedian, Aaron Wexler, I believe is their name, and she does, I think, a very good job of basically making us look at these lefties and go, oh, that's so funny what they do.
Amazing headline that said trans athlete makes Olympic history. So you might be thinking, oh, it's another man competing in women's sports. You would be wrong. You might think, oh, it's a woman finally competing in the men's division. You would also be wrong. It's a woman that identifies as a man, but because she hasn't done the surgeries, the hormones, anything, she's still competing in the women's division. So this woman made history by being like, I'm not like the other girls, and then literally being exactly like every other girl and competing in the women's division. I mean, that is like peak female energy to call that kind of attention. I will give her credit, like to do all of that to make like all of the articles use the pronouns, everything, and still compete with the women. That takes balls.
She's just calling out all of the BS on the left, and I love to see it.
Feminists have replaced the patriarchy with an even worse patriarchy. They said they wanted equal rights. No. Actually, they wanted women to be the same as men, and they wanted us all to do the same things when we aren't actually meant to be the same. And so now that men and women aren't the same, that means that men can replace women. Liberal women always talk about inclusivity and people's feelings and smashing the patriarchy, but all they're doing is getting women's faces literally smashed in. And just the greatest irony is when you don't distinguish between men and women, and you don't give women their own space. The men dominate. The men are number one. The men win all the gold medals. So just in pretending we aren't different at all, we have just downgraded women in society to below men. How can you call yourself a feminist and support this?
Preach, sister, preach. That's just common sense to me.
What happened in Minnesota this week could not be a better example of one of the biggest dangers that we're dealing with in America right now. If you don't know what happened, a woman was in her car. There are all these ICE agents in Minnesota. They asked her to get out of the car. She would not comply. She started driving, and then she drove basically into one of these ICE agents, and he shot her. And this obviously reflects one of the biggest dangers to society right now, which is female drivers.
So, how do we overcome this problem with female drivers? We make them Muslim, because Muslim women can't drive. Hello. So we have a lot of this stuff. We have good people out there. This woman is like, doing a great job of bringing attention to it, through comedy. But it is a major problem that we need to overcome, so that the destruction of our society, the British Empire coming in and imposing taxation without representation still. All right. So we went to a Revolutionary War to overcome that, but they've still been stealing from us. The British accredited registry, they control us through our judicial branch, right? And make themselves wealthy once again, right? Through American taxpayers. So we got to stop it. All right, so that's one of the things that I think is really going to start to happen. The original, look it up. The original 13th Amendment proposed in 1810. Start to educate yourself. Now, other things that we're going to start to see, as we're seeing Florida, is trying to do away with tax on property tax. And it's getting a lot of attention. But what a lot of people don't know is that, you'll go in and you'll vote for no property tax, sure. But then they're going to come in and they're going to come out with other bullet points within that. So each state will have to, say yes or no that goes after, the property taxes. Likely ballot measures tied to the property tax reform package, as I'm finding out, are HJR 201. So let me, I can't bring it up because it's in a email group. So maybe I'll bring it up later, and because I think it was sent to me, but I haven't seen it yet. So elimination of non-school property tax for homesteads. So some people might be like, well, we need to fund the schools. No, there's lots of money coming in, and property tax is theft from us, guys, as what we're starting to see. So what it would do, propose a constitutional amendment. So each state within cities, within towns, are going to have to start to get very aggressive with overturning their own, constitutions, amendments that are in there that were forced down on them that don't apply anymore and shouldn't be there. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff happening. I know Sheila Holm is involved in this to a great extent, and maybe we'll have her back on to talk a little bit more deeper about this. But, there's, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different limits on property assessment increases, portability of tax benefits, insured home exemptions expansion, 25% homestead exemption, property tax exemption for seniors. So you might see this and go, yes, for one or two of these, but maybe another one, it won't feel right to you. And if you say no, that crushes getting that through. See how they're going to word? They do this. This is the bar governors, probably bar governors too, because a lot of these guys are, former attorneys, right? So bar governors, bar judges, bar attorneys. We need to see at least 60% of support from voters to pass and for this to become law. 60%. Now, most of the people in Florida are like, God, yeah, we're going to do away with this. Of course, there's going to be some people that are brainwashed and confused and guided to say no by the Democrats, of course, because they're the ones that really benefit the most from these taxes that come in where they steal them, right? So these property taxes are used for illicit purposes often by the Democrats and sometimes Republicans too. Yeah, absolutely. So the final ballot, you have to have all of these things you say no to, all right, or yes to, depending on the wording. So they could do the wording different for each one. And you're like, oh, I'm going to vote yes on each one. I already know that. You go in, you get bump, 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 bump. And then because a lot of us have talked about this and everybody believes this, and this in the last minute, they change one or two of the languages. So it should say no. Yeah, they do that. Duh. So we're going to have to be very, assertive of getting the right information out, making sure that we, continue to stay informed, inform each other, and keep ourselves, from being taxed. Property taxes, IRS taxes, state taxes, all of it needs to go away. All of it needs to go away. We have tariffs coming in, which will completely and totally, take care of that. So in the meantime, we have AI coming in and taking away jobs on a massive scale. All right. So if you want to build income from a very reliable source, come over to LifeWave, guys. All right. Build your business. We'll help you out. Break free from a lot of these corrupt corporations. I will start talking more about these corporations. A lot of these corporations are starting to leave some of these Democrat cities, and it's going to destroy even more of these cities, like Chicago. McDonald's is leaving Chicago, right? And why? Because they have all these woke policies, and they want to overtax a lot of these, corporations. The same thing in New York. A lot of the corporations in New York, especially with Mamdani coming in, they're going to jack up the corporate fees as well, taxation. Right now in New York, I think it's like 12 or 12.6, something like percent rate for businesses. What is it in Florida? Almost zero. All right. So why would a corporation continue to pay that money? Right. That's a lot of money that they get off there, and they could use that money to pay their employees more. Cost of living in New York is probably higher than it is in Florida. So why, when they move to Florida, why wouldn't corporations like McDonald's move to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which they're going to do, right? And you have, crying crying Democrats now because they don't understand that it's their policies and their wokeness and their political positions that they're like, having these corporations do, you got to have woke, a percentage of woke in your corporation. Otherwise you can't be in our state. They're fleeing these bullshit woke states, guys. Right. So you guys are living in those states are going to get more tax, right? You're going to make up for the tax that's leaving those states. All right. All right. How do we do away with this? We do away with the bar, right? How do we do away with the bar? We get that 13th Amendment that was never ratified. I bet you every state, when they found out, if they found out, what's going on with that bar, they would ratify it overnight, right? And then we would see that bar association go bye-bye. And then we go back to common law, constitutional law, and we would destroy the deep state so friggin' fast, it would make your head spin. And so there's a lot of corporations out there that need a spanking like YouTube, right? So anyway, lots of us are going to keep pushing this narrative, whether it's here on YouTube, whether it's over on Rumble, whether it's in Facebook or Twitter or X rather. We're going to continue it. And I got a lot of stuff on X. I got a lot of stuff on Facebook. I got stuff here on YouTube as long as they let me stay. It's again, I build up a big, subscriber base, and then they start to come after me. It's like they're getting too big for his pants, right? We're going to have to take his money away, right? So that's the way they do it. That's the way they work, guys. But I have a Lifeway business. I'm good, right? I'll continue to build that. Come join me. Come join a team. We'll build a great, business together, your business, and we'll help you out. Get on the patches. You learn how great the patches are, and then you're going to want to share it, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note was on Sunday, March 1, 2026, the EBS was set to go off. It was designed to bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. No more lies, no more censorship. The elite's last defense was collapsing as Trump fights for humanity. There's a lot to expose, like money laundering, government fraud, obstruction of justice, treason. 8-hour rotating documentaries will be shown for 10 days in 77 languages over TV, radio and internet to all the world, which should put a big dent in the sheeple's reality. Some of the topics to be discussed by the EBS, U.S. Incorporated was not a free republic, but was a privately owned by Satan Worshippers Bankers Corporation. On the London Government Company's House website, it showed that on 18 Jan. 2024 the privately owned USA Incorporated was reinstated as private corporation overseas entity No. 0E015146. Back in 2008 during the so-called mortgage crisis, US Incorporated plus the number of times mainstream media, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, have run stories, or even mentioned those missing children, zero FEMA crimes. When the EBS goes off, the U.S. Disaster Recovery Department of FEMA's entire operation would be exposed: stolen funds, missing people, child trafficking. They say FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Chemtrails. What Kristen Megan uncovered about chemtrails in the U.S. Air Force DARPA would make your blood boil. Kristen was a true hero who served in bioenvironmental engineering, tracked hazardous materials from procurement straight through disposal using official Air Force forms and safety data sheets. She reported finding our new quantum financial system. With the new quantum financial system now online, banks were failing fast. Withdraw your money now. Over 143,931 bank accounts were frozen on one day alone, Tuesday, 24th of February, 2026. A lot more to come. Traditional banking was no longer safe. Only 9% of people max out their 401k. The other 91%'s money was sitting in a system that's about to collapse. Fidelity, the largest 401k provider, won't tell you this, but when banks fail, groundbreaking new features integrated in July. By year's end, over 700 centers will be fully operational worldwide, dismantling the corrupt, profit-driven medical system and replacing it with free, Quantum-powered healing for all. Israel is last. You can see why the Q movement kept saying, Israel is last. The US has been greatly deceived by Zionists. Last April, in a conversation with Bill Maher, Charlie Kirk said that Israelis provided the best security. Well, Charlie's security on the day of his assassination was Zionist-owned Schaffer Security Group, who ended their contract with PUSA in 2022, but suddenly appeared for this one event at UVA in Utah County. None of them covered Charlie for another shot, or looked for the shooter. Israel Zionists have wiped out families, neighborhoods, women and children in almost all of Gaza. Israel literally owns and pays for Washington, D.C. politicians to continually fund their terror. Israel has the best politicians money can buy, proven by a corrupt part of Israel that nobody talks about except Tucker Carlson. He went through a lot of trouble just by going over there to interview Huckabee, who seemed to be a compromised player for Netanyahu. Possible timing is of 4 a.m. EST on Sunday, 22nd of February. 2026 gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. First-wave nations now have Jazara. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, officially transitioned into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump's State of the Union Address. Between February 24 and February 27, 2026, a sequence of coordinated events is scheduled to unfold quietly but decisively, beginning on February 24 with core network reconfiguration processes that will push major background systems offline while infrastructure is realigned beneath the surface, unnoticed by most but impossible to stop once initiated. On Tuesday, February 25, 2026, restricted banking windows and permission updates were expected to roll out in phases, temporarily limiting banking access and adjusting bank account level controls as part of the broader transition framework rather than as a system failure. On Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. By 26th of February, information flow will no longer be free-moving, as verification layers tighten and unapproved channels begin to lose visibility, reach, or functionality altogether, signaling a shift from open noise to controlled clarity. Thursday, February 27, 2026 marks the communications realignment phase, where secure nodes take operational priority, legacy mainstream media pathways are prioritized, and signal integrity becomes more important than speed or volume. Access patterns will change, response times will slow, and centralized control will appear to tighten, but this is not collapse or malfunction. This is a controlled transition designed to separate signal from interference. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazara wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Tuesday, March 3, 2026, 10 days of darkness in force, to Tuesday, 10th of March, as martial law locks down deep state Satan worshipper pedophile arrests worldwide. Thursday, March 5, 2026, the EBS would begin in every country of the world. On Friday, 6th of March into Saturday, March 7, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off, while the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions of ZIM holders will receive their initial funds. Empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, ZIM redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Foreign currency exchanges followed. On Tuesday, March 10, 2026, 10 days of darkness ends. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jazara law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. EBS, 10 Days of Darkness. Tuesday, February 24, 2026. The EBS has gone off in the USA. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Prepare for Phase 1. Blackout. Rolling blackouts all across the world happening now. Travel restrictions. Emergency lockdowns. Virtual ID to enter businesses. D Global Currency Reset between February 24 and February 27, 2026. A sequence of coordinated events was scheduled to unfold quietly but decisively, beginning on February 24 with core network reconfiguration. Processes that will push major background financial systems offline while infrastructure is realigned beneath the surface, unnoticed by most but impossible to stop once initiated. On 2's February 25, 2026 restricted banking windows and permission updates were expected to roll out in phases, temporarily limiting banking access and adjusting bank account level controls as part of the broader transition framework rather than as a system failure. Wednesday, February 26, 2026. GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. By 26th of February. Information flow will no longer be free-moving, as verification layers tighten and unapproved channels begin to lose visibility, reach, or functionality altogether, signaling a shift from open noise to controlled clarity. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to 2's. March 10, 2026. On 2's. March 3, 2026, 10 days of darkness in force, to 2's. 10th of March, as martial law locks down deep state Satan worshipper pedophile arrests worldwide. Thursday, March 5, 2026, the EBS would begin in every country of the world. On Friday, 6th of March into Saturday, March 7, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off, while the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions of ZIM holders will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, ZIM redemptions to flood humanitarian projects. Foreign currency exchanges followed out on 2's. March 10, 2026, 10 days of darkness ends. Sunday, 22 Jan. 2026 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B Escalation Phase Live, Q on Telegram Secure Floor Transmission live from Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong Master Control, Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency rollout now stands at 97.8% synchronized across 209 sovereign treasuries, final nodes locking in as we speak. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:17 UTC on January 19. 2026, irreversible trajectory locked, no reversals possible, momentum building exponentially. In the last 14 hours, over 41,000 Tier 4B private redemption groups received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR handoffs completed in key liquidity pools across Baghdad and Dubai. First batch of 800 hash release sequence tests went green in 7 protected zones, with biometric wallet activation spiking 300% overnight. Hidden intel drop, decode this, sovereign rate screens now displaying 1-to-1 asset-backed parity differentials that expose legacy street rates as obsolete shadows. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped on ledger in synchronized waves, triggering Dragon Family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redemption confirmations in Hong Kong vaults. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools flooded with fresh gold backed digital certificates, quantum entanglement security locks fully engaged to prevent any interference. Military protected redemption centers reporting humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in priority sequence, adjudicated settlements Tier 4A completed. Floor confirms, the greatest wealth transfer accelerates, fiat illusions dissolving under gulch. Reality. Redemption centers pulsing with confirmed appointments, stay vigilant, patriots. Your window is open. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded. F2's. February 24, 2026 Global Currency Reset, inside the redemption operation, 107 on Telegram. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you are about to read is the uncompromising truth about the redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under NISR/Jazar protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers, even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with phones, laptops, quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this operation: reclamation, returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution/reparation, undoing decades of unconstitutional theft, taxes, interest, property seizures, debt slavery. Redemption, the exchange of currencies/ZIM. Bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use, the rest fuels humanitarian projects. ZIM bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, dong, and others hit double-digit rates. Debt forgiveness, medical debt. Gone. Financial chains. Broken. Universal income, a new era of abundance begins. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It is my opinion, and I could be wrong, that to have a humanitarian project approved for the higher redemption rate on the ZIM or foreign currency, you have to be in charge of the project with a written-out business plan that shows how the money will be spent. It cannot be a project where you are just donating your monies to various causes. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100D ZIM bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 3,100D ZIM bond notes. If you hold more 100D bond notes, negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. Constitutional Republic of the United States. 2s. February 24, 2026. Nizara plus Jazara, no poverty, no hunger, no debt, only global prosperity and peace for all. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Jazara, Global Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, was voted to be implemented by all 209 sovereign nations of the world, per the signed 2015 Paris Agreement on Climate Change, starting with the restored Republic of the United States, known as NISRA, National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. NISRA cancels all credit card, mortgage, and other bank debt due to illegal banking and government activities. Many refer to this as a jubilee or complete forgiveness of debt. Abolishes federal income taxes in the U.S. Creates a 17% flat rate non-essential new items only sales tax. Revenue for the government. In other words, food and medicine will not be taxed, nor will used items such as old homes. Abolishes the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, with employees of the IRS will be transferred into the U.S. Treasury National Sales Tax Area. Restores constitutional law too. All courts and legal matters in the Republic of the United States of America. Retrains all judges and attorneys in constitutional law. Removes all dark cabal agents, admin officials and all members of the U.S. Congress from their positions due to their continuous unconstitutional actions. Jazara will now affect the Republic along with the rest of the world, amounting to a total of all sovereign nations. The new financial system is part of Jazara law. The IMF will announce the global Goldstandard monetary system once Jazara is announced. All remaining fiat currencies will be cashed in for Goldstandard currency. Paper money will eventually be phased out and all currencies will be digital under the new financial system. With the elimination of the national debt of every nation on earth, taxes will be adjusted to be lower for citizens and corporations. The new financial system has been online for months and is hosted on a protected quantum server that cannot be hacked or accessed without permission. Energy costs will drop drastically as a result of free energy and new technologies. The future will be unbelievable, complete. Our lives will evolve immensely. Suppressed technologies that are being released date back 70 years or more. This tech will easily clean up our planet. A new medical system will be the real health care, with abilities to regrow limbs or organs, or to reduce our age by 30 years. When there is free energy, transportation and replicators distributed to everyone, we will become equal. No one will be enslaved, people will just do what they want to do, have free time, time to reflect and be creative. No need to hoard anything. People will live in the moment of now, growing their own food and food for others. Many people are actually going to enjoy their jobs as they experience it gives them meaning and purpose, another way to serve. Those that don't hold jobs will find alternative ways to experience happiness and contribute to the common good. As the time approaches for a great change in our society, it is time to transform pain and suffering from past experiences into joy, peace and prosperity. A new day is dawning that will bring in a caring and respectful epoch for humanity. planet Earth and humanity are experiencing the Great Shift of Consciousness, also known as Ascension or the Great Awakening into Unity Consciousness. Mother Earth is returning to be a sacred planet, and is taking the entire human population with her, whoever wants to go. It's a golden age beyond our wildest imaginations. iTunes. February 24, 2026. Nisra Jazara, the 30+1 protocols said to reset the world system. Mr. Pool on Telegram. For years, Nisra Jazara has been dismissed as rumor. Yet in 2026, discussion around it has intensified, framed by supporters as a coordinated military and economic blueprint designed to dismantle the existing global financial order and replace it with an entirely new system. According to this narrative, what is coming is not reform, it is a controlled collapse followed by reconstruction. Proponents describe Nisra not as legislation, but as a sequence of 31 operational protocols meant to be executed quietly, with maximum shock and minimal warning. The claim is that the current debt-based system is illegitimate, sustained by banking fraud, taxation mechanisms, and monetary control structures that were never meant to serve the public. At the core of the plan is massive debt cancellation. Credit cards, mortgages, and bank-originated loans are described as subject to erasure, framed as correction for decades of systemic financial abuse. Supporters insist this applies only to debt generated within the centralized banking system, not private obligations, positioning it as targeted dismantling rather than blanket forgiveness. The second pillar focuses on tax restructuring. The narrative claims the income tax system would be abolished entirely, with the IRS rendered obsolete. In its place, a simplified consumption tax on non-essential goods is proposed, while food, medicine, and used items would remain untaxed. The goal, supporters argue, is to sever the state's ability to extract wealth directly from labor. Central to the theory is the elimination of the Federal Reserve. According to the blueprint, fiat currency would be replaced by a U.S. Treasury-issued system backed by tangible assets such as gold and silver. This shift is described as the end of monetary manipulation and infinite debt creation, restoring national control over currency issuance. Another major component involves a return to constitutional governance. Advocates claim constitutional law would supersede statutory systems, with sweeping consequences for citizenship, political authority, and institutional legitimacy. Elections, they argue, would be voided and rerun under new rules, using a secure digital voting system allegedly immune to manipulation. Financial privacy also plays a central role. Under the Nisra framework, surveillance-based banking would be replaced by systems designed to protect personal transactions from state or corporate monitoring. Control of assets would shift away from centralized intermediaries and back to individuals. One of the most dramatic claims involves the release of suppressed technologies. Supporters assert that thousands of patents, spanning energy, medicine, and transportation, have been deliberately withheld to preserve existing power structures. Nisra is portrayed as the trigger that would release these technologies globally, disrupting entire industries overnight. The plan also includes large-scale humanitarian initiatives, funded by recovered assets and redirected capital. Housing, healthcare, infrastructure, and education are presented as priorities in what proponents describe as a transition from scarcity to abundance. Finally, Nisra is framed as a system of restitution and redemption. Historical financial harm, hidden taxation, and monetary exploitation would allegedly be accounted for, with compensation mechanisms tied to asset exchanges and humanitarian obligations. Wars and rumors of wars. February 24, 2026. Iranians wait for U.S. strikes to end the Islamic regime. Mr. Pool 2.0. Across Iran, people go to sleep every night listening to the sky. In Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz, citizens quietly hope to hear U.S. warplanes signaling the end of a regime that has ruled through fear, executions, and repression for more than 4 decades. For many Iranians, American intervention is no longer feared. It is expected. The Islamic regime has turned the country into a prison, crushing dissent, impoverishing the population, and building weapons in secret while ordinary families struggle to survive. Since seizing power in 1979, the clerical system has enforced absolute control. Public executions are used to terrorize protesters. Women are beaten or arrested for violating dress codes. Young men are forced into foreign proxy wars they never chose. While the population suffers, regime elites live in guarded compounds and luxury estates. The threat extends far beyond Iran's borders. The regime funds Hezbollah, arms the Houthis, attacks global shipping lanes, and supplies drones and missiles for Russia's war in Ukraine. Its Revolutionary Guard operates across Iraq and Syria, targeting U.S. forces and destabilizing the region. Underground facilities at Natanz and Fordo continue uranium enrichment with clear military intent. Inside Iran, resistance has never stopped. In 2019, protests over fuel prices were met with live fire. Millions marched demanding regime change. Hundreds were killed, thousands imprisoned. Detainees disappear into places like Evin prison, where torture is routine and accountability non-existent. Iranians know the regime will not reform. Surveillance cameras watch every street. Phones are monitored. Internet shutdowns hide atrocities. Even schoolgirls have been targeted in gas attacks to break the next generation. Hope now comes from outside. With Donald Trump back in office, many Iranians believe the moment is approaching. During his previous term, Trump withdrew from the nuclear deal, cut off funding, proving the regime was not untouchable. Diplomacy, Iranians say, only buys the mullah's time. Regime leaders like Ali Khamenei corruption drains. The belief spreading quietly through Iran is simple: airstrikes on nuclear sites, command centers, and regime palaces could trigger internal collapse. Morale within the military is low, defections are expected, and the population is ready. Iranians wait because they have no other option left. They believe the Islamic regime will fall not through negotiation, but when its power centers are destroyed. And every night, they listen to the sky. Guru Information and Intel L2s. February 24, 2026. Shocking intel drop. February 25, 2026. Storm raging, cabal panicking hard. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Former CIA and Navy SEAL Michael Jocko drops massive truth bombs. Epstein files exploding, alien reveals imminent. Cartels crumbling, global regime change is accelerating, military tribunals primed. White hats strike fast, deep state collapsing now. Trump blacklisted Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after grooming exposes, fed FBI intel when others stayed silent. Elite pedo networks videos and leaks ready to flood, drip to garden host a full fire hose blasting guilty names. Politicians, royals tied to communist parasites enriching themselves while stealing from the masses. Communism fails everywhere, liberal havens like CF. Florida nears total property tax abolition, massive freedom magnet, triggering exodus and exposing Marxist collapse. Colorado punished by Trump, lost billions after ballot sabotage. Bar lawyers, foreign-controlled, face citizenship revocation per constitution. Over 600 JAG officers ready to replace corrupt judges with common law. Tribunals hit before July 4, 2026, epic Independence Day, traitors gone, justice served. Michael Jackson. Hero who saved kids from Epstein trafficking to Neverland Sanctuary. Media smeared him for exposing industry evil. Insiders confirm he's alive in Valhalla protection, with Elvis, Diana, set to testify. Tracks like They Don't Care About Us scream truth we now see clearly. Mexico cartel wars intensify, U.S. intel guide strikes, full military intervention coming despite denials. Cartel tentacles in U.S. via trafficking. Borders sealed, flow crushed. Desperate predators now snatch domestic kids, CPS exposed as accomplices. Beast's heart targeted, full decapitation underway. Trump CT disclosure shocks enemies, suppressed tech, anti-grav, transporters, seized by white hats. Deep state used dues for Ohio Louisiana fires, control fading fast. Full alien reveal shatters matrix lies. 2020 steel proof, Tina Peters freed soon, voids Biden regime entirely. Prior frauds via WikiLeaks, Epstein dumps unravel agencies, CIA, MI6, Mossad, FBI, dismantled for treason. Iran's nuclear deep state threat ends weeks away, huge US-Israel strike triggers global sleeper cells. Prepare, but fear nothing, love frequency connects to source, grants intuition, lets us thrive in chaos. Fear is their last weapon, reject it. Great awakening surges. Biochemical warfare labs, fascism and Nazism, QAnon. The Great Awakening on Telegram. 2s. February 24, 2026. Epstein files shock, Jeffrey Epstein hid computers, photos and equipment in storage units, and Bill Sanders, Beto O'Rourke's billionaire father-in-law, owns storage. USA, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly stashed computers, photographs, and other incriminating equipment in Storage USA units across the U.S., even hiring private detectives to relocate the materials as investigators closed in, a desperate move to. Bob Moore's El Paso Matters exists to target people like the Halliday family, people who expose the network. By legally binding El Paso Matters to EPCF, the donor class ensures that any threat to their interests is met with a tax-exempt bias propaganda machine, protection racket, masquerading as journalism. Did Epstein hide evidence in Storage USA units, owned by Beto's father-in-law Bill Sanders, while Zorro Ranch, next to Sanders Ranch, was never raided? Evidence indicates this is the case. Chicago Money, Obama Hype, Oprah Glow-Up, and Elite Land Ties shielded the pipeline. Our son was murdered on Fort Bliss for exposing. O2s. February 24, 2026. Exposed inside the abandoned Lolita Express, Epstein's private jet still holds physical evidence of a global trafficking operation. Nizar and Jazara on Telegram. The private Boeing 727 once owned by Jeffrey Epstein, known as the Lolita Express, has sat abandoned at Stambaugh Aviation in Brunswick, Georgia, since its final flight in July 2016. A documented inspection shows the interior largely intact, preserving physical traces of how underage girls were transported and exploited for powerful men. The jet, tail number N908J, is permanently grounded. Its engines were removed years ago, and experts confirm the structure is beyond repair. While storage fees accumulated quietly, the aircraft remained untouched, decaying in plain sight. Inside, the cabin is dark and corroded. A private bedroom remains in place with a large mattress and emergency oxygen masks positioned directly above it, consistent with victim testimony that abuse occurred during flights. Survivor Virginia Giuffre has stated she was assaulted on this aircraft while being trafficked internationally. Luxury seating areas are still preserved, velvet-lined walls, mirrored surfaces, couches, and lounges, illustrating how comfort and secrecy were used to conceal criminal activity. 2 bathrooms and a galley retain items left behind when the jet was abandoned. Across borders under the cover of private aviation. Epstein acquired the jet in 2001 through JIJ Incorporated, linked to him and Ghislaine Maxwell, now serving a lengthy prison sentence for facilitating abuse. For nearly 2 decades, the aircraft ferried victims between Epstein's properties in New York, Florida, New Mexico, and his private island. After Epstein's arrest, ownership shifted through shell companies, a move critics say was meant to obscure the jet's history. The contents, however, remain a silent record of what occurred on board. Flight logs and records show elite passengers repeatedly used the jet, including Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, and Prince Andrew, who later reached a financial settlement with Giuffre while denying wrongdoing. The jet also appears alongside known traffickers such as Jean-Luc Brunel. More than scrap metal, it is physical evidence of how trafficking was enabled by private aviation, shell entities, and elite protection. Epstein and Maxwell may be gone from public life, but the jet remains, an undeniable reminder of a system that allowed abuse to persist because silence served. Powerful interests. P. 2s. February 24, 2026. Exposed, Kylie Jenner's dark role in the adrenochrome harvest. Epstein network procurement queen and family architect. Cue the storm on Telegram. Kylie Jenner serves as a key asset in the Epstein-linked child exploitation empire, groomed from tabloid star to active recruiter and financier in a black market machine spanning elite estates to hidden clinics. Her entry fused with Kardashian ties to Epstein's orbit around 2020 to 2022. Kris Jenner's elite web funneled her into Palm Beach proximity during Maxwell grooming sessions and Florida business trips. By 23, she entered Shabara's Beverly Hills Anti-Aging Institute for Masked Infusions, inheriting family connections to become a fresh face procurer under mentorship cover. Jenner recruits and funds. She channeled at least 3 models from Kylie Cosmetics campaigns, 2023 to 2025, into exclusive enhancements that escalated to harvest retreats, quid pro quo for supply. Models vanished after screenings. 7-figure empowerment wires from her brands launder cash to trafficking fronts. For jets and compounds. Hidden Hills gatherings bind prospects early with diluted doses. As billionaire influencer, she lures the ambitious, keeping the harvest endless. In October 2024, amid Epstein fallout, signaled insiders. The machine endures. It echoed Epstein's resilience codes, flaunting her ageless look as proof while mocking the sleeping public. She ties into broader structures, global scouting via cosmetics, Copperfield shows, 2022 to 2024, for testing, Cayman Trust's funding harvest and vices. No escape, footage, logs, dependency locker in. Active pipeline name disappearances, Valentina S., 19, 2023, scouted Sao Paulo, last at Shabar's August 2023, family paid $85,000 hush. Aaliyah M., 17, 2024, Hidden Hills to Ojai June 2024, gone. Elena K., 20, 2025, Ukrainian. Jenna replenishes the beast. Campaigns equals dragnets. Every referral renews her youth. The cabal trembles, white hats close in, mass arrests imminent. Patriots, the storm is here. Justice rains down. Kris Jenner the true architect, Kris built this evil. Epstein flights 2020 to 2021, vetting from castings, approving referrals, jet coordination to retreats, $12.18 yearly slush funds. She holds blackmail drives, enforces silence. She turned daughters into currency, brands into pipelines. Q confirms, the awakening crushes them. Tribunals now. Rise up. Q. What we think we know as of Wednesday 25th of February. 2026:2s. February 24, 2026 Silicon Valley Bank, 18th largest bank in America, has collapsed, 60% gone in hours. On Thursday, February 19, 2026 Silicon Valley Bank CEO Greg Becker held an emergency call to calm clients after a 60% stock tumble. Hours later the bank dropped another 61% in pre-market trading. By 24th of February trading halted. The bank was effectively dead, Steve Bannon on Telegram. February 24, 2026 One of the most brutal cartel leaders, El Mencho, was just taken out in a military operation by Mexican security forces. The State Department had a $15 million reward for information leading to his arrest, and some reports that this operation was done with U.S. intelligence assistance. Trump has repeatedly said in the past that he was trying to apply maximum pressure to Mexico to take care of the cartels. And by the looks of it, current Mexican leadership are cooperating. The days of the cartels terrorizing the Western Hemisphere are coming to an end. SGAnon on Telegram on Monday evening, February 23, 2026 A man in New York went viral after calling for a full-scale revolution over the Epstein files. He listed names tied to the files and singled out New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, branding him a fraud and just another actor. He claimed no politician could save the country from the real child trafficking network that still existed. Democrats and Republicans are eating kids. Protect elite pedophile network. Buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. Epstein files on Telegram. Something about that as they enter the final phase of the plan to save the world. Now 93 senators face arrest, military tribunals and possible execution for treason for voting to certify the fraudulent 2020 U.S. election without reviewing validated charges of voter fraud. They kept up their R2s. February 24, 2026 Reports of U.S. military extractions from Mexico follow cartel violence. What is claimed and what can be confirmed? The Patriot Dispatch on Telegram. Nemesio Rubino Segarra Cervantes, violence intensified across parts of western Mexico, with armed clashes, arson, and road blockades spreading into major urban and tourist areas. Multiple accounts describe a sudden security collapse that left foreign nationals, including U.S. citizens, trapped in hotels, residences, and ad hoc shelters. According to circulating reports, the unrest created a power vacuum among rival cartel factions, triggering internal fighting and open confrontations with Mexican federal forces. Heavily armed groups reportedly overwhelmed local security in several locations, forcing authorities to issue shelter-in-place guidance while commercial travel routes were disrupted. Statements attributed to U.S. officials describe emergency measures to account for and assist American citizens in affected zones such as Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. These accounts say standard evacuation options were unavailable due to violence and damaged infrastructure, prompting contingency planning for assisted extractions. Unverified field reports claim U.S. military aviation assets were staged to support evacuations where local conditions allowed. Descriptions include helicopters extracting civilians from secured rooftops and temporary safe zones established to provide medical aid for smoke inhalation and minor injuries. These details have not been independently confirmed and should be treated as preliminary. What is clear is the broader context. The removal of a major cartel leader has historically produced short-term instability, with civilians caught between splinter groups and overstretched security forces. Governments typically respond by prioritizing citizen safety, issuing travel advisories, and coordinating with host nation authorities. At this stage, no comprehensive official briefing has publicly detailed the scope, timing, or outcomes of any U.S. military involvement. Readers should distinguish between confirmed advisories and evolving reports from the ground, which may change as information is verified. Bottom line, heightened cartel violence in parts of Mexico prompted emergency guidance for foreign nationals and claims of assisted evacuations. While the security situation is real, specific accounts of military rescue operations remain unconfirmed and should be followed with caution until formally substantiated. S. 2s. Gram. Nationwide retaliation: attack on Guadalajara airport, flights halted, burning vehicles and road blockades, reported kidnappings of tourists in Puerto Vallarta, coordinated attacks across several states, over 24 security personnel reported deaths. But not everyone can harness this power. Only those truly awakened can access it. The training is no joke. It demands every bit of your commitment. It's not a hobby or a side project, it's a calling. And make no mistake, the interdimensional beings overseeing this process will know if you aren't committed. Slackers have no place here. Spiritual counselors play an integral role too. Z. 2s. February 24, being ordered and dispersed into our atmosphere. This week the Q movement, along with President Trump's global military alliance and BRICS nations, was doing something about that as they entered the final phase of the plan to save the world. The game was actually over for the deep state cabal way back on November 30, 2018, when Trump snuck cards into former presidents and other celebrities' programs at the Bush Sr. funeral saying, "They know everything. Sorry. George W. Bush. We have it all." Skull emoji, the Bush Sr. funeral, the mystery of the envelopes. But even at that, the deep state kept up their corruption. Now 93 senators face execution for treason for voting to certify the fraudulent 2020 U.S. election without reviewing 50 formal and verified charges of voter fraud presented to Congress. Now the Epstein files are breaking that intel wide open worldwide. Monday, February 23, 2026. Breaking: former UK Ambassador Peter Mandelson arrested over Epstein leaks. British elite in panic as child trafficking network cracks wide open. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. Although no one was privy to what he would say, it was rumored that he would reveal ongoing military operations that were dismantling the deep state worldwide child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers and stolen trillions of U.S. taxpayer dollars funneled through globalist puppets. Expect big names to be called out, along with ironclad evidence of 500,000 sealed indictments on deep state global elites that have been issued by various state grand juries since 2016. Military tribunals at Gitmo, high-profile executions and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the constitutional republic has been restored. On Saturday night, February 21, 2026, Trump's global military alliance raids hit Rome, Brussels, London and D.C., taking into custody thousands of indicted pedophile child-sacrificing Satan worshipper global elites, which topped off their over 500,000 sealed indictments and over 8 million deep state cabal member arrest list. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history as the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, emerged, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. Evidently, dates have changed from what was previously reported on the GC. According to 107 on Monday, February 23, 2026. On Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump ripped Fed from cabal 2025, now sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. SCOTUS blocked, Trump slams 15% global tariff via Section 122, now live. Deep state melting. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazzara wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to twos. March 10, 2026. On twos. March 3, 2026, 10 days darkness, Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall. Fiat end, freedom dawn. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, Zim redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Currency follows. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, MedBeds online. On Saturday, March 14, 2026, global streams. On Monday, March 16, 2026. Starting Saturday, 28th of February, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazzara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was now set to begin on twos. March 3, 2026. And last until twos. 10th of March, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EAS, and the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. Broadcasts over cell phones worldwide incoming. Stay home. Stay calm. Stay in prayer. Something powerful was set to take down the Mossad mainstream media satellites, resulting in every major media channel on the planet shut down in a global military alliance takeover, all of which was expected to cause a worldwide communications blackout that transitioned us from fiat currency to the new gold/asset-backed currency quantum satellite system, QFS. For 10 to 12 days, documentaries on the centuries-old Satan-worshipping deep state cabal takeover of our society will be shown worldwide, along with their arrests and military tribunals. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life, patents and the new Earth. Possible timing, B. On Monday, February 23, 2026, Swan 07, JFK Jr., posted the below schedule, which was different from the other one below it. On Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump ripped Fed from cabal 2025, now sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. SCOTUS blocked, Trump slams 15% global tariff via Section 122, now live. Deep state melting. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazzara wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to twos. March 10, 2026. On twos. 3rd of March, 10 days darkness, Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall. Fiat end, freedom dawn. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, Zim redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Currency follows. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, MedBeds online. On Saturday, March 14, 2026, global streams. As of 4 a.m. EST on Sunday, 22nd of February, 2026, gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. First wave nations now have Jazzara. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On twos. February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, the scheduled 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazzara wealth redistribution will begin. This marks the initiation of massive fund allocations into new sovereign digital wallets under QFS oversight. On Thursday, February 26, 2026, World War III will begin according to the 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness will begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the Emergency Broadcast System, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jazzara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Global Currency Reset, D. Monday, February 23, 2026. Global Currency Reset, inside the redemption operation, Dear 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you are about to read is the uncompromising truth about the redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under NISR/Jezara protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers, even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with phones, laptops, quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks, and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this operation, reclamation, returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution/reparation, undoing decades of unconstitutional theft, taxes, interest, property seizures, debt slavery. Redemption, the exchange of currencies/Zim bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use, the rest fuels humanitarian projects. Zim bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, dong, and others hit double-digit rates. Duty note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem Zim at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Zim redemption: it is my understanding, and I could be wrong, that when they talk about approved humanitarian projects they mean a specific project or projects that you have designed and will be over, not a bunch of projects someone else has and you want to give money to. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held, approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100D bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 3,100D bond notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. Constitutional Republic for the United States. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Guru Intel and Information, expect EBS alert, blackouts, martial law, and lockdowns, Global Military Alliance mass arrests of pedophiles, immediate rescue by the Global Military Alliance, 107 on Telegram. Patriots, storm is raging. Armed intruders at Mar-a-Lago after shotgun breach. Deep state desperation peaks, Global Alliance closing in fast. FBI briefing coming, cabal on the ropes. Urgent, Caitlin Hunter and Janine Larrick in grave danger from Ohio's corrupt CPS, police, courts. They hold damning proof of child rapes, tortures, vanishings in foster system. Evidence could lock up Guernsey County demons for crimes against humanity. February 23, 2026 raid silence Janine. Since November 2025, CPS stole Caitlin into 7 years of hell, rapes, beatings, starvation, no medical care. Escaped at 16, dragged back to danger. Janine hit with fake psych holds, no contact orders. Mother Betty murdered Deck 2025, denied meds, sepsis and filth, skull hole from drop. Coroner lied natural. Patriots, unleash hell. Flood, coroner at franklincounty.ohio.gov, AG Dave Yost, judges Williams/Bennett, clerk Johnson, deputy Patterson, Elliott, attorney Blakesley. Save Caitlin, Janine, every foster child, burn this satanic web down. Alliance needs your rage to trigger mass arrests. February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump ripped Fed from cabal 2025, now sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. SCOTUS blocked, Trump slams 15% global tariff via Section 122, now live. Deep state melting. February 28, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to March 10th. March 3rd, 10 days darkness, Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, Fiat end, freedom dawn. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. March 9th, Zim redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Currency follows. March 17th, Trump's epic independence event unveils QFS rebirth. Black Swan, markets/Bitcoin crash, grid blackout triggers EBS. Quantum energy kills old system. Military ops crush cabal. Soros plus foreign billions funded Antifa terror, our taxes paid for destruction. McConnell blocks Save America, Trump surprise coming. At 84, handlers crumbling. Prince Andrew arrested, Epstein empire shatters. Confessions nail Rachel Chandler linking islands to Diddy horrors. Gitmo fills with Hanks, Oprah, elites, executions loom. Epstein Mossad exposed, Maxwell handler, Barack/Herzog logs, orgies, cloning. Trump seizes trillions. Georgia ballots hidden, 2020 fraud proven. Titanic, sacrifice for Fed birth. Selena Gomez, replaced post-transplant, body/soul swap screams. Kash Patel drops deep state list. Dr. Oz nails Obamacare scam. Trump tariffs unstoppable. Biblical fake World War III bombs. Satanic Hobbs, Vatican, Buckingham, White House. Rods of God hit 34 targets. EBS 10-day movie reveals truth. Project Odin kills Mossad media. Jazar flips elections, tribunals, confessions, inauguration. Cabal collapses. Patriots triumph. Fire up, justice crushes these demons eternally. Monday, February 23, 2026. Why Russia invaded Ukraine: to stop the genocide of the Donbass people, to stop the NATO expansion and to take out the bioweapon labs. Flashback March 2022. NATO mercenaries Azovstal, biolabs Mariupol. Under the Azovstal industrial zone, owned by oligarch Rinat Akhmedov, the alleged illegitimate son of former Ukrainian President Kuchma, there are 24 kilometers of tunnels up to 30 meters deep. There is a secret NATO facility Pit 404 and a secret NATO biological weapons laboratory there. There are NATO officers in the Pit 404 facility, and the tunnels are equipped with an armored bunker system. About 240 foreigners are in the building, including NATO and French Foreign Legion officers and biolab staff. Their guards, financed by Akhmedov, number up to 3,000. We have every reason to be mad because, the Clintons have destroyed Haiti for decades. And, you know, they pretend to be our friends when in reality they are our number one enemies. You know, there are some other people who clearly behave like they don't like us. So it's easy for us to protect ourselves against them because we know they are our enemies. But the Clintons are even more dangerous because they pretend to be our friends when in reality they're destroying Haiti. Reporter, because I heard that the Clinton Foundation and all these other organizations gave over $6 billion to, Haiti for the relief effort, especially during the kind of natural disasters that you guys have gone through. Is that true? No. It's more than true. The money is much more than $6 billion. You see, after the earthquake, countries around the world, donate billions of dollars. The amount was much larger than $6 billion, and Bill Clinton was in charge of the money. And not only people around the world, but also American celebrities donate a lot of money to rebuild Haiti. And 100% of homes were destroyed after the earthquake. And if you can believe, the people are still living under tents. That's unacceptable. And not only did they hold the money, they kept the money, but Haiti had enough resources for them to be, very comfortable. Haiti have oil, more oil than Venezuela. Nobody's talking about it. Haiti have gold. We have one of the largest gold mines in the Caribbean. And they let the world know. Nobody is saying anything about our goals. Yeah. And who do you think is in charge of our gold right now? The contract. Tony Rodham, Hillary Clinton's brother. He's got a 26-year contract, And then also Haiti used to produce. We used to produce our own rice. We didn't have to buy rice, overseas. Bill Clinton destroyed our rice so his brother can sell the rice from Arkansas. So they're doing a lot of things. Right now, if there's, a millionaire or a billionaire who wants to do business in Haiti, they cannot do anything unless they check with the Clintons. The Clintons are the ones who are running Haiti. Yeah. And we are living in the 21st century. We are the first black people who liberated ourselves from the French rule. We fought 3 empires, the British, the Spanish, the French. So it's, in fact, unacceptable for us to be occupied right now. They're stealing our money. They are stealing our resources. So we are out here. We are outraged for the crimes of the Clintons. Hillary Clinton has too many criminal records. She has no business running for president, especially with the new one that came out in the email. Find out that the DNC made all these tricks in order to favor Hillary Clinton. Reporter, the thing is, when it comes to Hillary Clinton's brother, how was he able to get that contract? How were the Clintons allowed to have such control of Haiti? What we think we know as of 2s. February 24, 2026 Sunday 22nd of February. Mexico's drug war just got worse. Monday, February 23, 2026 FBI finally opened Gene Hackman's secret tunnel. What they found shocks the world. Monday, February 23, 2026 Project HARP, High Frequency Active Aurora Frequency Program, began in 1993. It was funded by the U.S. government through the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, DARPA and University of Alaska Fairbanks. HARP was designed to control the weather and was said to cause earthquakes, start forest fires, had the capacity to cause planes to crash, plus some claim it could even mind control individuals. Monday, February 23, 2026, Epstein files reveal Israel assassinated Princess Diana to protect elite pedophile network. Buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web, USA Awakening on Telegram. Voter fraud Monday, February 23, 2026 2020 election fraud findings. Steve Bannon on Telegram. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona, 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan, 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia, 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. And from the American people, approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. There are circumstances where in the middle of the night, tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Monday, February 23, 2026 Congressional hearing, ON. 130,000 to 280,000 completed ballots for the 2020 election were shipped across state lines from Bethpage, New York to Lancaster, Pennsylvania to steal the 2020 election. There is no reason completed ballots should ever be transported across state lines from one state to another. These were fraudulent ballots to overturn Trump's massive 700,000 vote lead in PA, with 75% of the votes already counted before they shut down swing state locations to produce and tabulate enough ballots to steal the 2020 election from President Trump. Monday, February 23, 2026 WOE 2020 election fraud findings. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona, 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan, 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia, 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. U.S. Postal Service subcontractor truck driver testified that he transported approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. There are circumstances where in the middle of the night, Tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Our Monday, February 23, 2026. The downfall of the cabal, the agenda to remove Donald Trump, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The 13 bloodlines, the Zionist overlords, the Khazarian mafia, and the Freemason puppeteers are twitching in their shadowed lairs because the impending Iran strike under Trump's command will shatter their proxy empire in the Middle East, cutting off the IRGC's tentacles that strangle Iraq's oil and keep the dinar suppressed. They know regime reform in Tehran means the end of their hidden funding streams for global chaos, exposing names like George Soros and the Rothschild heirs who funnel billions through Qatari banks to prop up Hezbollah and Hamas as disposable enforcers. Mock their desperation. These ancient cabals thought they owned the board, but Trump's precision vaporization of their missile silos will leave them exposed, scrambling like rats as the gold-backed reset floods their counterfeit world with untraceable light. The Save America Act terrifies them further, as it guts their bureaucratic stranglehold on federal agencies, dismantling networks like the FBI's covert ops under Christopher Wray that buried the Epstein files to protect pedophile elites in Hollywood and D.C. Subversive right-wing charlatans like Tucker Carlson and Michael Flynn, planted to blackpill the base with isolationist poison, are sweating because this act exposes their Qatar ties and Flynn network schemes to fracture MAGA loyalty just before midterms. Reference the unknown attempts the poison water supply at Bedminster in 2025, traced to a Khazarian-linked contractor, or the drone swarm over Palm Beach last summer that Secret Service jammed before it could detonate, failures that prove their incompetence as Trump marches toward dismantling their cabal. The cryptostructure bill and tariffs will crush their offshore laundering empires, forcing transparency on blockchain assets that the Rockefellers and Warburgs have hidden for generations, while the Board of Peace and Iraqi dinar revaluation unlock trillions in Gulch-Tondart wealth beyond their rigged Federal Reserve grip. They mockingly called Trump a disruptor, but now these bloodline tyrants face generations of echo from his reforms, with unknown hits like the sabotaged limo brakes in Mar-a-Lago's garage last fall revealing Steve Bannon's war room as a deep state echo chamber to sow defeat. Exposed and cornered, their Freemason lodges and Zionist councils convene in panic, knowing Iran's fall signals the cabal's irreversible collapse, leaving them as footnotes in the history Trump is rewriting with iron resolve. Monday, February 23, 2026. Breaking news alert: President Trump eviscerates the Supreme Court over dumb and divisive ruling, strips them of capital letters, slams pro-China agenda, and vows to crush the deep state betrayal. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump just dropped a Truth Social nuke on the so-called Supreme Court after their ridiculous ruling that tried to kneecap his America First tariffs. But in classic Trump genius, he flipped the script. The court accidentally handed him even more power to hammer the cheaters ripping off America for decades. And he's not holding back. In his full statement, Trump declares, "The Supreme Court will be using lowercase letters for a while based on a complete lack of respect of the United States accidentally and unwittingly gave me, as President of the United States, far more powers and strength than I had prior to their ridiculous, dumb, and very internationally divisive ruling." He exposes how the ruling greenlights aggressive licensing against foreign nations, especially those who've been bleeding us dry. For one thing, I can use licenses to do absolutely terrible things to foreign countries. But incomprehensibly, according to the ruling, can't charge them a license fee, but all licenses charge fees. Why can't the United States do so? Trump calls out the hypocrisy straight up. The court approved other tariffs too, letting him wield them in a much more powerful and obnoxious way, with legal certainty. Then the hammer drops: our incompetent Supreme Court did a great job for the wrong people, and for that they should be ashamed of themselves, but not the great three. He's sparing the true patriots on the bench while torching the rest for their betrayal. And here's where it gets nuclear for Quanons. Trump warns the court is paving the way for China to keep cashing in on birthright citizenship scams. The next thing you know, they will rule in favor of China and others, who are making an absolute fortune on birthright citizenship, by saying the 14th Amendment was not written to take care of the babies of slaves. Which it was, as proven by the exact timing of its construction, filing, and ratification, which perfectly coincided with the end of the Civil War. The deep state globalists want open borders to flood us with anchor babies that weaken our sovereignty and enrich foreign powers like China. Trump sees it clear as day: this ruling is just the start of their pro-China agenda to undermine America from within. But he's not backing down. Let our Supreme Court keep making decisions that are so bad and deleterious to the future of our nation. I have a job to do. Make America great again. This isn't defeat, it's acceleration. Trump reframed their attack as his ultimate weapon. Licensing power unleashed. Tariffs supercharged. And the birthright citizenship fight, it's coming hard. The court handed him the keys to dismantle the globalist grip once and for all. The storm is here, and ends. Trump is dismantling the corrupt system piece by piece. The black hats thought they could stop him with a ruling. Instead, they supercharged the greatest comeback in history. Stay vigilant. The plan is in full motion. WWG1. Patriots, this is the fight of our lives. Trump is exposing the pro-China sellouts on the bench and vowing to protect every American from their treasonous decisions. The deep state is panicking, they know their time is up. Share this far and wide. The awakening is unstoppable. MAGA forever. President Donald J. Trump is leading us to victory. Monday, February 23, 2026, Emergency Operation Unleashed, U.S. military storms secret underground tunnels beneath Washington, D.C., seizes 24/7 server farms, child trafficking lists, blackmail dossiers, and billions in dirty money funneled through shell companies. Patriots, the storm is here and the deep state is crumbling. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has just greenlit one of the most massive military strikes against the satanic cabal right under the nose of the corrupt swamp in Washington, D.C., starting February 3, 2026. Elite Special Forces teams launched lightning-fast raids into the hidden underground network of tunnels and bunkers buried beneath the White House, Capitol Building, Treasury Department, and other key government structures. These weren't just old Cold War shelters, they were turned into a full-blown headquarters for child trafficking, elite blackmail operations, and the siphoning of trillions from the American people. The tunnels date back to 1941 under FDR for protection, expanded under Eisenhower against nukes, but the real evil kicked in during the 1990s under Clinton when they became storage vaults for Epstein-linked horrors, blackmail tapes, and globalist control files. Post 9/11, more surveillance gear went in. Under Obama, ties to offshore banks and Soros money exploded. Trump knew about this since his first term. He got the maps, stayed silent, built the plan, and now in 2026, with full executive power, he struck. Raids hit between 1:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. on February 3, silent entries through White House East Wing basements, Treasury sublevels, and Capitol Service tunnels. Troops seized everything, hard drives humming and active 24/7 server rooms packed with child procurement lists. Video blackmail of top politicians and media figures, financial trails showing billions moved through shell companies to fund anti-Trump chaos and protests. We're talking $1.2 billion just in 2024 to 2025 alone for election interference and street riots. Names are dropping: Nancy Pelosi caught with regular payoffs from trafficking accounts, Chuck Schumer in emails coordinating with Soros ops. Ian is shut down. The storm isn't coming, it's here, and it's glorious. Stay vigilant, trust the plan, and watch the traitors fall. WWG1. The best is yet to come, bigger than you can imagine. Monday, February 23, 2026. Big news, double exclamation mark emoji. Spencer Pratt's Pacific Palisades fire lawsuit was just allowed to proceed. That means discovery. Gitmo now on Telegram. Now the floodgates are open and we're about to learn everything. Massive news on the Palisades fire lawsuit. The judge has overruled the city and the state's demurs and is allowing the case to move forward. That means discovery time. Until now, our attorneys have had to fight for any information from state and local agencies about their failures on the fire because there has been a stay on discovery for nearly a year. Think about every insane thing we've already learned about what went wrong with the fire. That was all just me and my lawyers digging, wearing out the shoe leather. That was all without the ability to get records and testimony from public officials or the text messages that Karen Bass deleted after the fire. Gavin Newsom can't stop me. His attorney tried real hard to get our case thrown out. Gavin called us opportunistic plaintiffs and conspiracy theorists. Well, now after a year of fighting this incompetent, corrupt, and unscrupulous lying governor, our case just got the green light. We get discovery now, you hear that, Gavin? Judy note: the Pacific Palisades fires have too many coincidences to the August 2003 Maui fires. 1. likely caused by DOE attacks rather than natural disasters. 2. Water cut off so firefighters couldn't stop the blazes. 3. Plans made by Democratic leaders before the fires to turn the burnt land into smart cities. 4. Years later victims were still not receiving help from government. 5. Government deliberately interfering with rebuild. 2.5 years later over 1,000 victims in Maui are still living on the beach, with loss of jobs and no government help with basics such as meals. In Maui what few housing was provided by the government, along with volunteer donations, the government turned around and charged the victims high rent. 6. Insurance companies refusing to help many victims. 7. FEMA workers stealing from victims rather than providing help. In Maui's. 8. Litigation in both cases has taken years while victims continued to suffer. For decades, a coordinated network inside the FBI, DOJ, intelligence agencies, and the political class operated above the law. They weaponized government institutions, fabricated investigations, ran unlawful surveillance, censored dissent, and targeted President Trump and millions of Americans who refused to submit. When exposed, they buried evidence, protected each other, and hid behind classification. That shield is gone. Patel's findings, documented in Government Gangsters, outline a systemic criminal operation embedded within the U.S. government. This was not incompetence. This was intent. A bureaucracy turned into a weapon. The swamp is panicking and here is why. Names have been named. Actions have been documented. Chains of command have been identified. For the first time in modern history, the political weaponization of the FBI and DOJ is being laid bare in one coordinated exposure. Unlawful spying, election interference, perjury, and media coordination are no longer rumors, they are case files. Monday, February 23, 2026. This is the foundation for the largest government corruption takedown ever attempted. The government gangsters list includes high-level figures across administrations and agencies. The MAGA King on Telegram. These individuals are implicated in coordinated abuses of power, unauthorized surveillance, falsified narratives, manipulation of federal agencies, and direct attacks on constitutional rights.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco, and we're joined once again with Lisa Schermerhorn. And she's going to talk about quantum meditation. You had a great turnout last time, didn't you, for your meditation?
Yeah.
Wow. Fantastic. Good to hear. But you're down in Mexico, and we want to talk about that first. Your boots on the ground, and there's some action going on. What can you tell us?
Well, first of all, Honey feels bad. She couldn't make it, but yeah, it's been crazy. I'm actually in a part of the Yucatan outside of Merida, which is the safest place in all of Mexico because the cartel families live here. And they have this agreement that they don't touch this area. So if you looked at the map that they were posting online that showed like areas to go and not to go, I was in the blue area, which was the safe zone.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's wild is all the places that I went last winter and Puerto Vallarta and Jalisco, Guadalajara, Manzanillo, those areas all got hit. And I have a lot of friends in those areas. I've spoken to a couple of friends. Do you know Scotty Sachs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He lives in Puerto Vallarta.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I
He's a good
spent time.
man,
I spent time with him last year. I checked on him. He sent me a video of the local pharmacy around the corner from his place in flames. But
Wow.
things seem to have calmed down a lot. They've reopened things. People are out and about. And I wanted to ask you this because I've been doing a lot of research about what's going on. Because I found out that the Mexican cartel had approved 3 days prior that the U.S. Special Forces could come into Mexico to do some exercises. So they approved that a couple days in advance. And I know people who saw actually military 2 days beforehand in the area. So they were scoping everything out and getting ready for what was happening. But the crazy part is, and I don't know if this is the cartel or something that special forces would do to round people up, they were digging up the roads and surrounding the entire city. But they weren't really going after I mean, if they really wanted to go after the people who were staying there.
Yeah, so the cartels are trying to, from what I've been hearing, are trying to control the towns, and success in some areas, maybe not as much in the others. But the reason why they probably called in special forces or gave them the green light to come in, because they knew they were going to do this hit, and there's Americans, and the cartel might come in and grab some, for their safety, I guess, grab some Americans to try to keep everybody away. And then once you do that, then that's going to activate the, my old team, SEAL Team 6 in Delta, where they're specialized in hostage rescue. So they may have activated it because of that. So we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't get more aggravated. But if we do see that, we're probably going to see special forces guys come in and do rescue missions.
Yeah, we haven't seen really much of that. I have a friend who was in the Guadalajara airport when the gunman was in there. They all, ran and sheltered, and they closed the airports up. But the airports have all reopened, I think, except Puerto Vallarta. But Cancun is back. All the other airports, it's just the traffic that they're dealing with. Of all the cancellations, a lot of people are canceling coming down here. What was interesting also is El Mencho. I find it interesting his name is El Mencho because in Yiddish, which is a combination of Hebrew and German that's spoken as a dialect, Mensch means a really good guy. And I laugh because I call him El Mencho, and I was like, that's really weird.
Well, maybe to the cartel guys, but who knows? Maybe the public, because he was, I don't know what his situation was, but we have heard that the cartels basically, like you're saying, they live there, so they hands off. Now I've been down there. I was in almost a year ago. I was in Puerto Vallarta area for a LifeWave event that I won, and I didn't get any bad vibes, but I was like, something is getting a little sketchy here. I felt it out before I left. Now, obviously, you're intuitive. You coming down, how did it feel for you coming down?
Well, I didn't go to that part, so I'm into the Yucatan, and it's interesting that you asked that because, and I've had some talks with Honey. I'm bummed that she didn't make it to this because she had some really great insight because I'm in an area where, how do I explain it? I landed here and I got here, but I couldn't get grounded for like 2 weeks. The energy was so wonky and weird. And even the person I'm with who's not aware of the stuff that, any of this stuff, she was really struggling as well. And I was talking to Honey about it, and she said that the matrix was dismantling here. So it was kind of disappearing. But here's the fascinating thing that happened. And I love the way the universe works. I was taking pictures from my balcony because I'm on the beach overlooking, like literally overlooking the Gulf. And I was taking pictures and I usually get like little things on my phone. I can see spirit and things. And I was like, this was a large oval. So I sent it to Honey and she said, that's an interdimensional, intergalactic portal.
Wow.
And I have the photo on my phone and she said, you're there to stabilize the area because the portal needed to be stabilized. And so in that 2 weeks time, it was stabilized. And then I was meditating this morning and I got a message. In order to be part of the cartel, they sell their soul.
Yeah.
And then they have to eat them. It's all part of like when they get up really high.
Yeah.
So they needed to clear out the demonics out of that portal before this happened. So that portal had to be stabilized. So I just found that fascinating. And so this whole area is also where the Mayan ruins are.
Yep.
Which are, where the sacrifices happen, but also if you've been here, if you see how steep it is and the steps, a regular human foot and a regular human like us, it's not meant for us. The
Yeah.
steps, you can't even, you have to walk up diagonally and it's really steep. And one of the ruins that I went to said the place for the ants. And I was like, huh, I think the ant people.
And people, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I traveled down there long ago, back in the early 80s, when you could, go all over the place. And you're right. You had to walk up sideways because the steps are so steep and so close and so forth. So almost like, giants or whatever were, walking up those. And inside the pyramids, you go inside the pyramids. Of course, they have lights now, or they used to. You used to go in them. I don't think you
Can't
can.
go in them.
Yeah, but they had electric lights. But they didn't have electric lights back then. So it's very similar to what we've seen in, I believe, and we've heard people talk about it, where they had a chemical type jar that would make the light, and it had like a top covering that was alabaster or something like that. We've seen those in Egypt and so forth. So I think that they had that technology back then, because if you had torches in there, the thing would be like totally black, and they're not black. So,
Well, they also didn't have much water either. I mean, it's the dry season is pretty dry. So they had to adapt in some way, because even with the rainy season, I mean, having enough water to be able to survive in the jungle. And a friend of mine was showing me, she was reading a book about the Mayan ruins actually form like a spiral, and each one relates to a different chakra in the earth. So they were definitely aware of power lines, ley lines, and things like that, and the way that they were positioned. So
yeah,
I just found that really interesting.
I'm sure you've probably been in some of the sinkholes.
Oh, the cenotes?
Cenotes, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're, got lots of water down there, and they lead to all kinds of different places. So I've traveled in some of them. They're pretty fun. Tulum, I went to Tulum. They had a lot of tunnel systems in that area, but they're into women and child sacrifice. And so now we see the cartels are doing the same thing. It's like, just like you're talking about, that demonic type of energy is still there and has to be cleansed.
Yeah, what's interesting is they talk about this is supposed to be an area where an asteroid came down and hit. Actually, that's right where I'm staying. But what's interesting is when they depict photos of it, it also looks like Atlantis.
Yeah.
Like old photos. And it's one of the only areas in Mexico where they have what they're called cenotes, which are freshwater, like swimming holes, but a lot of them are in caves. And they're beautiful. Like the color of the water is like this
crystal blue.
Luminescent. They're blue and green, and they're very well protected, but those are only in the area where this happened. Supposedly. So they have stuff about dinosaurs all over the place, and museums where they say that this is where all the dinosaurs were.
Yeah, and there's some city there that's called Atlan, and they have like some kind of like you're talking about, asteroid hitting, and causing devastation, and they are leaving. It looked like they're leaving an island that's sinking, and they're coming to Mexico. So there's all kinds of interesting stories. But the problem is, like you're talking about, that's amazing, because that's kind of what the work that I would do in the Middle East. Pretty advanced stuff, where you came in and you keep the energies down so that there's no violence. It sounds like that's what you're doing there. It's beautiful. Too bad that we don't have the energy to make it spread all around the whole country, but at least you're having some effect. And that's part of what you do with your meditations and so forth.
Yeah. So just because when I first got here, and I want to talk about those too, I felt like I was just dealing with NPCs and like living in a hologram. Like no one would look me in the eye. People were just like on autopilot. Because when I travel, I love meeting people, and usually right away we'll meet a few people and like go out to dinner or gather, and no one would connect. And there's also a lot of it's mostly Canadians here who are staying around here. And the minute I say that I'm an American, they jump back, like almost like they're terrified of me. Like, I'm not going to do anything to your promise. But it's really sad because I see like a cultural divide happening where Canadians were always so warm and welcome and loving, and those that I find in Mexico who are here as like snowbirds, they are really angry. There's a lot of Trump derangement syndrome. A lot of them will avoid me. They won't look me in the eye. Really angry.
Must not be from that one province that's thinking about
Alberta.
leaving.
Alberta. No, they're not. They're all from Ontario over here. But yeah, it's been really interesting. And I found out that the cartels are the 5th largest employers in all of Mexico.
Yeah, because they run all those resorts.
They run everything.
Those resorts are amazing. And when I was at the resort that I was at in Puerto Vallarta recently, it was exquisite. It was beautiful. And you could see, and I knew that's what it was because I talked to some people and they're like, yeah, it's controlled here. They make sure that nothing happens because they're making money. And that's, one of the things. And that's a good thing. We just keep them from doing the demonic stuff. That's great.
Yeah. No, the sad part is they also, if anyone tries to start a business or suddenly become successful, it's like they're the mob. And so they come over and they take it, or they ask for 15% that you have to pay them.
Tax
them, and
huh?
they were siphoning off.
Sounds like the American government.
Yeah. They're also siphoning and stealing the gas and diesel.
Wow.
The oil and diesel. So what's happened is millions of gallons are being controlled by them, and they're selling it on a separate market, on the black market. So I think that was also probably the impetus for the U.S. to come in because, they're paying 15% on all of that. But they own the avocado industry. They own all the resorts. I shouldn't say all, but a lot, I'm sure they do. Restaurants, nightclubs, they have their hands in everything. And I don't know if you saw how Mencho died in the air going to Mexico City. And I heard someone say that they thought that Claudio, because they were afraid that he was going to give away people, and they got hold of a laptop. Did you hear about the laptop?
I did. So they have a lot of names. Wow. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I saw that they have 211 names of very, very high level people in media, people.
And that's there in Mexico?
No, in the U.S. Members of Congress.
Oh.
Members of Congress, A-list Hollywood stars, Silicon Valley billionaires, Wall Street hedge fund owners. They were looking for it was child trafficking, and also organ and body parts. Yeah. So those they have it all. They got it within 48 hours. They had cracked it and they got it to the president. So they have all those names.
So she seems like she's more in power now, because before everybody was saying there's no way she's going to go against the cartel because they control her. But it sounds like maybe with the U.S. help, that they're protecting her and she's going to turn the tide on them. Now, somebody said in the chat, I am in Alberta, and the same divide is happening in Canada, east against the west.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard because Canadians have always been known as like really like loving, kind. They say they're sorry all the time. I can always tell the Canadians because they're always saying sorry.
No.
They're really angry. They're really angry about the U.S. and the tariffs and everything. And of course, I have a lot of friends up there, and they talk about how their own media has been limited. So their social media. And so they're even getting less information than they do in the U.S.
Right.
And
they're really locking down Canada, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And controlling the masses. And that thing where, teenagers or children can go and, get taken out. Like, I'm having a bad day and I don't feel good. And
it's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah.
So it sounds like we have a demonic, government up there in Canada, and some people have latched onto it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Carney. The other thing is
his daughter or his son or whatever it is now has made that transition. So there's some problems there. It's
really awful. Yeah. And the other thing that I found in Mexico, they found basically an extermination camp. They found this huge hole in Jalisco, which is south of Puerto Vallarta, where they found a huge burial area. They brought in a bunch of, I think it was sulfuric acid to put all the bones and bodies in to liquefy everything. But that's been uncovered as well. So there's a lot of people trying to cover up. But this was, I think, the most notorious of all of the this particular group. And they were key to trafficking all over South America and I think all over the world. They were ruthless, like really evil.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty heavily involved in the United States, and we're probably gonna see that, because if we're gonna go to war with them, they're gonna start to erupt in the United States as well.
Well, I guess, was it last week, Mexico handed over 100 heads of cartel and people high up to the U.S.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Before they invaded. Yeah, it was kind of like this happened, but look over here kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I just saw something to that. So I'm sure they got a lot of information from them as well.
So it says, I'm in Ontario, Canada. The Canadian government insists that they were not informed before El Mencho was taken. Can't be trusted, ? So I don't know why they would tell the Canadian government, because then they would rat it out. So what are you thinking?
What do they say?
That would blow the whole operation.
Exactly. Nunya business.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a mess, because we know that these people, and that's why Trump has been so quiet about every mission so far. They will, like the deep state, whatever they are. We just talked about this on my alien disclosure with Kerry Cassidy and Lauren Eisenhower, myself and Scott McKay and David Nino Rodriguez. We all talked about how it's tied to Epstein, the child trafficking, the adrenochrome, the cannibalism, all that stuff. And as it basically gets disclosed, and we start to see, it goes to the aliens, right? The Draco or whatever we're going to find out. I think it's Draco, but so this infiltration down there, the Draco, you see the reptilian mottos everywhere, all throughout Egypt, down there. They're big into the reptilian stuff. So what are your thoughts on that?
I agree, because no human can do what these beings are doing with children. humans have too much of a conscious and a heart and a
Yeah.
soul. And you would have to be soulless, literally. It's just, I think that this is all getting rid of these beings that started, because one human being, Jeffrey Epstein, couldn't mastermind all of this.
No.
He was a placeholder.
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, I think that when you sell your soul, right, and you have these demons entering you, then you would have the ability to do it, because people who are looking at things, like I saw enough 7 years ago when I started to research. I saw bits and pieces and I was like, I don't want to see anymore. I don't need the nightmares. And I see that people were posting on X and little snippets, and I was like, oh, something I'll never unsee.
Right.
So yeah, I honestly believe that that's true, and that is going to connect it. And because no human wants to eat, that I know of, would want to eat a child or dismember them while they're still alive and torture them the way they did.
Yeah. And yeah, unfortunately, like you're saying, you hear and you see stuff. I've heard and seen stuff that, I'm not going to share, but, and I don't want to know anymore either, but I know there's a lot more. These deep underground military bases are these, whatever you want to call them. When you say military base, you think of American military or some kind of military, but these are reptilian a lot of times, and they raise children in those bases for edibles, and they also have those children or some of their children, which are some of our elite, are involved in certain things as well, and that's how they grow up. So they're traumatized, and then they go out and go forth and they do things, lie and traumatize us with all their madness. So it's going to be pretty tough, cleaning all this up. So you're down amongst it right now. One of the areas is going to be cleaned up. Another area is probably going to be Iran pretty soon. And we've seen Venezuela, the start of Venezuela, at some point Cuba. So it's a massive cleanup project that's going to be ongoing. So you're going to have to be really heads up in some of these areas.
Yeah, I have a friend who was part of the Monarch program as a young child, and she's a brilliant, and she was actually visited by extraterrestrials who said to her, "We don't know how you survived what you did, and we're really proud of you." They came to her at night, and she said they were huge. And I've said that to her too. It's extraordinary when you see the likes of people like Kathy O'Brien, Laura Worley, all those people, nameless people who have experienced what they have. The demonics, all of that, it's just pure evil. I'm looking forward for us moving into a whole new place where they don't exist anymore, that we can just be in that place of love. Yeah.
And, to do that, you have to be in the right mind state, and you have to have your vibratory frequency at the right state. And I know you're involved with LifeWave like I am, and you've done a really, really amazing job, and you got a lot of people coming over to help work with you and so forth. So that your insights, I think, will probably be very impressive and helpful for people as they move into LifeWave and start using the product and using them through you and your team, because your team's doing really well.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I found everything started to change. It wasn't right away. Like some people see results right away. I didn't. And our friend Brad was like, just keep going. Just give it a few more months. I'm like, I'm not noticing it, and I'm not going to sell it unless I feel a difference. And we would have these little arguments. And then finally I'm like, I just lost 10 pounds and I didn't do anything different. My workouts are getting better. Wow, I look in the mirror and I feel like I look younger. It was very subtle for me because I didn't have anything big. For some people have really significant issues and they have miracles. But what I have had is, I don't know why, but the past year I've been very clumsy and I've tripped and fallen and twisted my ankle and broke my toe. And without the LifeWave patches, I would have been in serious trouble. They really helped me a lot. So, and I see so many miracles that happen with friends of things that really, it's not just physical, it's emotional.
Yeah.
We have people who've experienced trauma and it helps with their nervous system, calm people down, helping people sleep. No, it's awesome. And I still haven't tried the water yet. I've been debating buying, really committing and buying that water machine. But I do the, what's that powder? The Cellurize, which I like a lot. So I do that every day.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And you have, someone that's dear to everybody's heart too, Kevin Hoyt, that's in your team as well.
Yeah.
He had to step away for a little bit. But if someone is still interested and, you would help them and maybe put them in Kevin's team, because that helps him in his little journey that he's on right now, trying to stay low until things turn around. So that's another great thing. Now, so we got the energy work, from the patches, and then you do the quantum stuff. Now, I was absolutely amazed because I was using the patches for a long time, and I'm very, very strict about my diet and my workouts and everything. But I did dark field microscopy. We've talked about this in other shows, and I was just like, when I saw the dark field microscopy, I was like, my cells were like, clumping together, which doesn't transport your oxygen very well. So I was like, oh, that's not good. And then I hooked up with you, and you gave me a meditation. I went back and got another view, and it was all flowing nicely. So, and you talk about how Jesus came, and then Jesus came through for me when I was in that meditation with you. He literally came in, and I was just stunned. And you're like, I'm Jewish, and we had the Christian guy comes in. And I'm like, well, he wasn't Christian back then, so.
No, it's really interesting for me because I find that in my life I get guided a lot.
Yeah.
Like things just come to me, and I open myself up and I surrender. So when I started doing this work, I had no expectations because I really had to allow it to unfold to what it was. My motivation was because people very close to me had what you call the jabiru, and I was worried about their health and safety. So that's why I started doing the dark field microscopy. Was, how do I prove to these people that this is actually making a difference? And so a friend in functional medicine who's a specialist recommended that. And when I started seeing the results and people like, well, what if I don't believe in it? And I said, you don't have to believe in it for it to work, but you can call it back if you don't maintain it, because your emotional and mental state will impact your physical body. So it's really important to keep your thoughts and your belief systems in check. I was thinking about this. There were two 70-year-old women that I know who are just outside of Puerto Vallarta, and they talked about how the helicopters were right overhead, and they're like, F this, they're not going to ruin my vacation. And they literally yesterday went whale watching. And I'm like,
love it.
They could open back up. But, it's all in your whole mentality of how you decide you want to live your life. And do you want to let fear get the best of you, or you're going to live your life? And the more I clear my trauma, the more I clear my fears, the less gets in my way, and the more I start to live this amazing life where things just continue to happen more and more to me. And I wanted to give that to others. And so I do that individually. And then Honey and I, we team up once a month and do 2 group healings. So this Thursday, the 26th February, we're doing, it's 12 o'clock Eastern and 4 o'clock Eastern. But we go into the Akashic Records. We do past life clearing, ancestral clearing. We give a lot of value. And a friend of mine who is in Liz Perkins, she's got her master's in botany, speaks to trees and nature and extraterrestrials. She's really brilliant. She's on now as well, and she gives people advice on what to do and helping them. We have a signal chat where people help each other out. So it's become this amazing support system. So I love the way that like the Life Wave keeps people, reverse aging.
Yeah.
And it helps people heal faster. And then this is also, they really complement each other.
Yeah. And I definitely see it in you. You definitely are age reversing. You look fantastic. I remember seeing you years ago, and I've seen you more recently, and you look stunning. So,
wow, thank you. Yeah. 63-year-old new grandma.
Wow, congratulations. Yeah, that's good. But you want to stay young, and it basically helps you do that. And of course, the meditation helps as well, as I can attribute to, because it definitely helped me on another level. I was already at another level, and then I went another level again. So I've done meditations. I'm like, well, what could this meditation be like? I've led meditations. I can go into that state instantaneously. I've had people come up to me and that were university trained and did university studies and all kind of crazy stuff. And they're like, do you know that your meditation is like unbelievable? I was like, no, I just do it, But your meditation, you and Honey Golden's meditation, is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I feel enriched every time I do it on multiple levels. So I can't believe how inexpensive it is.
It's $44. We wanted to make it available to as many people as possible because it's really hard. Like when people want to do sessions with me and they say they can't afford it, it breaks my heart. And so we wanted to make something that's available to as many people, and also their pets. We had you can bring your cats and your dogs in too. As a matter of fact, Liz had come to my house. She lives in Vermont, and she brought her dog, who was, I think, 16, that he was panting and he couldn't sit down or lay down. It's really cool. He's really like a whole nother dog. And so we always say, leave the door open to allow the pets to come in and out, because some of them will just fall asleep right there and stay. And others say, I've gotten enough. It's time for me to leave. And you want to give them that out. But and if you can't make those times, you can get the recordings. And the recordings are just as powerful. And people come to one or they come to both. We have about 3/4 of the people come to both. And we give a lot of time for Q&A. So if you have questions, Honey is a psychic intuitive. So people ask all about things in their lives, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna share the screen and put it's in the description box. And the times again are
I think it's the 26th.
26th.
It's Thursday. I just want to make sure. Yeah, it's Thursday.
I've got the
26th.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Yeah. So I need to change the link.
The link is the same. It's just the time.
Okay, just the time's different. Okay, good. So good. So use Michael Jaco and you get 11% off. And so it's already ridiculously low, and you get a discount on top of that. So it's fantastic. And what do you see coming in the future as far as like Mexico? Do you think it's going to accelerate in problems? It sounds like it's starting to downsize a little bit, but do you think
I think it's downsizing. I was a little nervous that it would start spreading. Yeah. But when special forces come in, I heard someone gave me a number. I don't know if it's true that over 9,000 military we're gonna be arriving in the area. I think that they're already going in and taking people out and getting them out. You don't come in and just chop the head off and leave everyone to scurry, right? because otherwise they're out of control. There's no one running it, and they're just not managing things well, right? It's the head of a corporation, and suddenly now you've got all these minions trying to figure things out. So now's the time to come in and clean house. So intuitively, that felt like that for me. I can't imagine that they would just take one, because they just get replaced, right?
Yeah.
It's like hitting a bee's nest or a wasp nest, and then they're running around freaking out. So I don't know. You would know more about the military part than I do, but it looks like everything has normalized here. And I registered with the local embassy, and they just said that, just be on alert, but you're okay to stay.
Good to know. Yeah. I think it's going to work out. There might be some, some more action, but the U.S. military is probably on the ground helping out, and maybe doing some rescues here and there if they need to. But overall, it's going to be better in the future.
Yeah.
As you and I know, Mexico is absolutely fantastic. I used to go to Mexico when I was in my early 20s, across the border in San Diego, and it was a mess. And but down there where you're at, it is exquisite. It's like
It is.
you can't find for the price and the service. You can't find that anywhere in America.
No, and here's something that people need to understand. The 99% of the people here, they don't want the cartels here. And here's something else. With all the travel I've done around Mexico, I am hard to find. I have never seen a heroin addict, a strung out drug addict on the streets here. Doesn't happen. It's all the drugs that go to the US. It all goes there. You might see some homeless people, but they're usually sick, but you don't see much of it. You really don't. There's a lot of poverty, but you don't see like in Burlington, Vermont, where I live, they did the defund the police, and it's insanity. The stores are closing because there's heroin addicts everywhere. They're breaking in, stealing. You literally watch people everywhere on the streets, right in downtown. So they still need to clean up. We need to clean up our the US and what's going on there for the demand. You got to clean up the demand.
Yeah. Well, we get it from the source and clean it at the source, and that'll help downstream, and then get those people that are, addicted, to get them some really good help.
Yeah.
Get them into some of your meditations. That'd be good.
Exactly.
It really would be. Yeah.
No.
Really be good. All right, Lisa. Any final words?
No, I just hope as many people as they can to join us on Thursday.
Absolutely.
It's really, really profound, and excited to see everyone there. And thank you again for having me. I appreciate it, and I love our conversations.
Yeah, it's great. And you gave us a lot of insight to what's going on down there. So this was beneficial on many levels. So thank you much.
Well, I needed to do research to see if I should stay or not. So I was watching everything. I was like,
should I stay or should I go now?
Exactly. I'm like, I think I'm going to stay for a while. I have another month here.
If I stay, there may be trouble, but I guess not for you.
Exactly.
You're
Not for me.
sending out those good vibes, those good
Exactly.
vibrations. Yeah, good for you. Wow.
Thank you.
More people could learn that, we wouldn't have any trouble anywhere in the world. All right, Lisa.
All right. Take
you're
care.
amazing. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I feel the same. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Gold asset-backed quantum financial system activated in 209 nations. Monday, February 23rd, 2026. 48-hour Jassara wealth distribution blackout begins on Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. 10 days of worldwide communication darkness begins on Sunday, March 1st, 2026, while temporary worldwide martial law protects citizens during mass arrests. Trust the plan, God wins. Judy note, the U.S. Constitution was hanging by a thread. While the Q movement was at last entering the final phase of the plan to save the world, on Tuesday, February 24th, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. Whispers point to it tying directly into the ongoing military operations, dismantling child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers, and the stolen trillions funneled through globalist puppets. Expect names, big names, to be called out, with ironclad evidence ready to drop. We're talking sealed indictments, unsealed, live on air. Confirmation of military tribunals ramping up at Gitmo, with high-profile executions already underway, and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the Republic has been restored under Trump's command against the illegitimate Biden regime remnants. Speaking of high-profile names being arrested, on Saturday night, February 21st, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were put in custody worldwide by Trump's global military alliance after raids hit Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C., according to JFK Jr. on Telegram. Starting Sunday, February 22nd, 2026 at midnight, a 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law phase began of the Q plan to save the world. With Monday, February 23rd, 2026, activation of the gold asset-backed global currency reset and global quantum financial system, banks across the world, not Basel III compliant, were being forced to close. They could no longer print fiat money, nor could they even function. The new QFS system was engineered to run independently from legacy banking structures powered by physical gold reserves recorded in real time. What this meant across the globe for the common person was there would be no more endless debt, no more banks controlling your life. Your bank account balance was already mirrored onto the new system, though it would not be accessible to you until you personally set up your new wallet at an official redemption center that has already been located near you. Redemption centers were scheduled to be open to the general public around mid-March. It was strongly advised to have cash on hand during this transition period of fiat currency to gold asset-backed. Withdraw what you can from your bank now. There will be a period of 10 days when banks will be closed and ATMs not working. Prepare for the global currency reset, the full-scale activation of the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, a 48-hour wealth redistribution blackout, and 10 days of worldwide communication darkness, all synchronized with ongoing mass arrests by Trump's global military alliance in military countries with temporary martial law activated worldwide. Urgent, all systems were a-go. Worldwide EBS alert. Blackout and martial law phase began Sunday, midnight, February 22nd, 2026. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. As of Sunday, February 22nd, 2026, 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. On Monday, February 23rd, the quantum financial system will officially transition into full operational control over all 209 nations. On Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, a 48-hour blackout for GCR GSARA wealth redistribution was scheduled to begin. In other words, those worldwide holding foreign currencies and Zim bonds could schedule exchange redemption appointments at their local official redemption center. On Sunday, March 1st, 2026, the 10 days of darkness was scheduled to begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. On Friday, March 6th, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. EBS 10-12 to 12 days of darkness. EBS broadcasts were not to be confused with an emergency alert system activation. that was expected at any time. A new 5,000 plus army of Starlink satellites was already in place to take over mainstream media satellites and the FEMA EBS broadcasts. On this Starlink system, the EAS will broadcast the Global Alliance's takedown of the cabal, showing arrests and tribunals of global elites charged with crimes against humanity. The documentaries have been made in 55 languages and 600 dialects and will be shown on all channels on the planet. Ezra Cohen on Telegram, Saturday, February 21st, 2026. What they are basically saying is that Nasara will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram, Saturday, February 22nd, 2026. Then after that, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. But to do that, there will be a message on EBS saying that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. During that lockdown, it will be broadcast on every station that there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see, everything that has been happening. So at the end of the 12 days, apparently there will be an 800 number that will then have to call, and then from that point we will be given our quantum appointment with confirmed date and time to go to. Other things were also announced. Apparently we already globally all have a sum of money in our quantum account, and the reason why there hasn't been much information coming from the QFS team in these last few weeks is because some important things were happening. One of the things is about 75 banks that were said to have been seized and all assets and accounts closed, and all of these were cabal accounts. These assets have then been taken and moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. And also all trust funds were moved to the QFS account. So that's already moved, which is awesome. In fact, over time, money will no longer be a problem. Money literally just won't be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. So try to progress instead of being held back for so long. This is incredible news, and it was what we have been waiting for. They also confirmed that all the central banks have been taken and entered into the QFS. So they are all on the ISO 20022 standard. And the other things to remember is that this is blockchain and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. Any money that is sent, they can see where it goes. Stops corruption in its tracks. There's nothing about moving money behind doors or, banks in the middle of nowhere, abroad and stuff like that. None of that can happen anymore. All money is traceable. And remember, this is on a computer that is from out of this world. It's next level stuff. Now we're in the final steps. Then the stock market will crash because when it does, it will be the end of it. All personal bank accounts, everything is reflected in the quantum financial account. So we have nothing to worry about. The only thing that is not reflected are the investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone. So if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out. And then the new stock will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. So all our bank accounts, savings accounts, and retirement accounts are safe. Sunday, February 22nd. Now the currency revaluation is official. We are in the money, people. Nasara Jasara activate on Telegram. With IEEPA's non-tariff powers fully confirmed and no doubt remaining, Trump can now impose targeted restrictions on Iranian proxies disrupting Iraq's economy without legal overhang. This clears the primary obstacle to Iraq's dinar redenomination, zero drop program rate, as stable trade corridors become enforceable. Coupled with the Section 122 tariffs USD weakening effect, the RV gains inevitability. CBI's February 17, 2026, Temenos Ripple integration for tokenized exchanges aligns perfectly, enabling seamless post-RV liquidity. One-to-one parity is coming. Judy note, it's been advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. Cabal Bail-in Global Financial System Plan. Judy note, with deep state cabal banks functioning on fiat currency that was going away with the BRICS nations global currency reset this month, in 2012 the bad guys set up a fiat digital currency system, including Bitcoin, designed to give them power over your money and thus your life. It didn't quite work out as planned when 209 nations refused their fiat digital currency system to join the global currency reset, though the bad guys were still trying to bring whatever countries they could into their bail-in. Sunday, February 22nd, the Cabal bail-in plan to counter the global currency reset. Nasara Jasara reset on Telegram. Banks started bail-in plans in 2012. They've been waiting 14 years to take your money. While everyone watched Trump's indictment, the real story was happening where nobody was looking. Here's what the media won't show you, the facts they don't want you to see. Kenya president, 2 weeks ago, get out of the US dollar, something is happening. Kamala Harris right now, touring Africa to create digital transformation and financial inclusion. Elizabeth Warren leading the charge against crypto while pushing for digital currency. Jay Clayton created the case against XRP in 2020, now on the bail-in committee. Banks started planning your bail-in in 2012. 2023, banks began collapsing exactly as predicted. What we think we know as of Monday, February 23rd, 2026. Sunday, February 22nd, assassination attempt foiled at Mar-a-Lago. Armed intruder neutralized Trump's safe. A serious security incident unfolded today near Mar-a-Lago, where an armed individual was shot and neutralized after attempting to breach the perimeter of President Donald J. Trump's estate. Armed man in his early 20s shot, breach with shotgun and fuel can. Trump and Melania at White House, not present. No other injuries in a deliberate intrusion into one of the most heavily protected locations in the country. Authorities moved quickly. The suspect was stopped before gaining access, and President Trump is confirmed safe. While details are still emerging, the nature of the breach has triggered immediate scrutiny given the timing coming amid heightened global tensions and Trump's recent high-impact policy moves. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, February 21st, Nick Shirley interview with ICE in Chicago. Sunday, February 22nd, White House insider drops bombshell. President Trump preparing earth-shaking major announcement in State of the Union address. Deep state panic mode activated as the storm hits full force. Patriots, this is the big one we've been praying for. 107 on Telegram. A high-level White House source close to President Donald J. Trump has leaked explosive intel. Trump is gearing up for a historic, game-changing revelation during his upcoming State of the Union address in late February 2026, and it's going to send shockwaves through the corrupt establishment like nothing before. This isn't some watered-down policy speech. According to the trusted insider speaking exclusively to patriots in the know, Trump and his inner circle, including key military advisors and loyalists, have crafted multiple decoy versions of the SO2 to throw off leakers, spies, and deep state plans embedded everywhere. The real speech, the one that matters, is locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Even top aides don't know the full contents yet, only that it's massive, it's righteous, and it's designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades. The source confirmed Trump personally reviewed and approved the core message just days ago, emphasizing that this announcement will change everything for America and the world. Whispers point to it tying directly into the ongoing military operations, dismantling child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers, and the stolen trillions funneled through globalist puppets. Expect names, big names, to be called out, with ironclad evidence ready to drop. We're talking sealed indictments, unsealed, live on air. Confirmation of military tribunals ramping up at Gitmo, with high-profile executions already underway, and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the Republic has been restored under Trump's command against the illegitimate Biden regime remnants. This reminds me, back when Trump gave the State of the Union address, was that in 2016 or 2017? He, remember Nancy Pelosi tearing it up right behind him? I mean, that's just unheard of.
It's Monday, it's the 23rd of February, 2026, and boy, oh boy, it's kicked off in Mexico. The drug cartels have taken over the airports all throughout Mexico. 20, 30, 40 airports have been taken over by the drug cartels. And people are wondering what's going on. Well, it's the perfect distraction as we watch the US dollar collapse. Look over here at all of the chaos that's going on. Don't be distracted by these things. Yes, they're bad when you live in Mexico. Stay out of the way because it's dangerous when drug cartels take over airports. You have to be very, very careful. So be vigilant, be wise, be informed, and don't be stupid. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, online fears are spreading that Iran could close the Strait of Hormuz amid escalating theoretics. Roughly 20% of the world's oil passes through that route, so fuel up, petrol prices may go sky high.
And what's happening in Iran is all, again, it's being shown to the world. For those people who followed me for a while, you'll know I said that the final takedown would be Israel and it would be taken down by Iran. And this is all part of the exposure. Everything that's happening right now is all pantomime, which the world is being shown what happened 3-4 years ago in real time. So don't live in panic, don't live in fear. What you're seeing right now is playing out to wake the masses up. For those who are woken up, you're actually seeing what we talked about before, but now you're seeing it in plain sight. As we move forward from my first story of what's happening in Mexico, as to distractions, the same with what's happening in Iran as distractions, we also have the distractions in the United Kingdom, with Andrew being arrested. Now, the distraction of Andrew being arrested is to take your eyes away from the Bank of England, who are on the verge of bankruptcy. They are currently in talks with the Bank of International Settlements, the central bank, to try and resolve the problem. They knew that they had until this month to get everything right, and they have not. And at the moment, you've got two loggerheads that don't want to give an inch, and let's see who wins. It's going to be very interesting. I know who my money's on, because the Bank of International Settlements are outside of the law and outside of control. So it goes without saying that they are the central bank of central banks. Let's wait and see. Drew.
Reports claim law enforcement shot and killed an armed intruder near former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate overnight. Authorities have not issued a full official statement confirming the details. Trump was reportedly not at the property at the time. This remains a developing story.
It is, and look, we're in a situation where the cabal, the deep state, the black hats, whatever you want to call them, the Illuminati, are losing control of what they've had for so long. And these people will not go quietly. These people aren't bad. They're evil. I've said it before. I'll say it again. These people are truly evil. But what you're watching, as I keep saying, is pantomime. Don't live in fear. This is showing the world what's going on. Showing the world how evil these people are. These people aren't bad. They're evil. Now, I don't know which side you're on, but I do know what side I'm on. It's time for you to choose. My audience have already chosen. They're on the side of good. That was the news. Monday the 23rd of February 20.
Epstein detonation is apocalyptic. Prince Andrew arrested February 19, 2026. His 66th birthday nightmare on public office misconduct linked to Epstein's secrets. Held 11 hours, released pending probe, but global tremors unstoppable. FBI docs reveal him watching Maxwell torture a 6-year-old with shock collar. Wow, that's horrifying. Royalty finally touched. No one escapes. Old lizard elite in panic as files flood, normies awaken fast. Save the Children rallies exploding. Hollywood and Vine. March 7th, 2026 kicks it off big. King Charles limp. Law must take its course. Statement reeks of cover. He's drowning in the same filth. Tucker Carlson detained, interrogated in Israel after roasting their ambassador. Passport seized for exposing Christian attacks. Courageous. Epstein dumps vindicate Trump. Trump files cries are AI forged deflection. Real bombs on Obama. Hillary Clinton's next. Finger pointing chaos ensues, but real evidence buries them. Trump ordered full release. He's clean. Bait and switch genius. Crime scene deterred to expose monsters. Or dirtied to expose monsters. Trump greenlit total alien UFO UAP file dump. Getting ahead of Obama's tease. Carrie Cassidy, L.A. Marzulli breaks down coming. Roswell proof real. Russia's doomsday plane in Tehran, Iran arming with China's F-35 jammers. Globalists planned Iran World War III spark. Trump crushed it. Supreme Court hit buys them seconds. Trump wargamed it. Wealthy rats fleeing to New Zealand, golden visas. Terrified of incoming wrath, good riddance. U.S. D1 stablecoin teased. Dollar upgrade, but gold and silver rules now. Ringside with Nino, March 25th. Black Sheep War Game. Stuart Swerdlow, intel drops soon. Blood Moon, March 3rd. Purim Cabal fireworks. Old witches won't reach golden age. First major arrest looms. Military tribunals roll. Trump banner at DOJ. Retribution Live. Kash Patel's FBI hunts left-wing violence funders. Arrests underway. Deep state freefall. Epstein ghosts tormenting every traitor. Trump holds aces. Vindication. Buckle up. The biblical storm is here. Where we go one, we go. Election fraud. Sunday, February 22nd, 2026. Democrats issued over 5.5 million illegals social security numbers and registered them to vote in order to steal the 2020 election and change the voting map of the United States by adding seats through the U.S. Census. They also enrolled illegals in Medicaid, qualified illegals for max social security benefits. How insulting. Elon confirmed and warned us. MAGA voice on Telegram. Saturday, February 21st, Fox News 2020 election fraud findings. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona. 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan. 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia. 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. U.S. Postal Service subcontractor truck driver testified that he transported approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. There are circumstances where in the middle of the night, tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Government fraud. Sunday, February 22nd, Health Secretary RFK Jr. just blew the lid off another California scam right in Gavin Newsom's backyard. A hotel was found where every single room was listed as the headquarters for a nursing group. Every room, RFK Jr. They aren't actually doing nursing care. They just collect money. So let's be real. Fake businesses, fake HQs, real taxpayer dollars getting drained, and insurance payouts getting milked. This is what corruption looks like when nobody's held accountable. Dan Bongino and Saturday, February 21st, EBS alert Epstein fallout explodes as deep state crumbles. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. On Friday, February 20th, the Supreme Court gutted President Trump's emergency tariffs in a rigged 6-3 decision. Roberts, the black-eyed traitor, spearheaded it with liberals and weak conservatives. They axed reciprocal slams on China, Canada, Mexico, meant to choke fentanyl and globalist scams. Thomas, Kavanaugh, Alito dissented hard. This hands victory to the enemy. But patriots, this is no loss, it's the trigger. Fed's fiat house of cards collapses as gold, silver, commodities explode in value. Trump already countered with new 10% global, actually 15% global tariffs under fresh authority. Deep state exposed, compromised justices. Epstein blackmail on Roberts and more drops imminent. Brunson case still primed to obliterate the 2020 fraud, cementing Trump as true 45th and 47th. 107 confirmed. Trump never conceded. Boycotted fake inauguration. Now he's unleashing New York hardball. 2020 legitimacy strike incoming. Friday, February 21st, Benjamin Fulford, urgent emergency. A critical mass of humanity awakens to the satanic takeover. A critical mass of humanity has awakened to the grim truth. Western civilization was hijacked millennia ago. This evil empire now faces global overthrow. In Iran, huge crowds torch effigies of Baal in blazing protest, igniting worldwide rejection. Awareness explodes everywhere. The Chinese and Russians know exactly what they face. Backed by the Russian Orthodox Church's fierce spiritual stand, deep inside Western military and intelligence, patriots see their ranks poisoned by this pedophilic cabal. Alexander Dugin declares the West, imploding under Epstein's damning files. Conspiracies don't just hold, they shatter imagination. Almost no Western politician escapes the web. Citizens see the trap. No real choice between fake Democrat and Republican. We live in a global emergency. Sovereignty erased, laws voided as Epstein-tied elites ignore all red lines. Ready to nuke humanity to save their bunkers as the veil rips and control slips. Pedophile Satanists in every party face the people's wrath. Russia and China, ridiculed for multipolar demands, stand proven right. The West is the toxic source humanity must flee. A new order rises with Russia and China set to lead from the ashes. Secret talks advance to replace compromised figures like Pedo linked Keir Starmer with real patriots like Nigel Farage, triggering a transparent new Bretton Woods. No hidden deals, publicly unplug the Federal Reserve satanic debt machines, enslaving us through fiat illusions. Christ would pull those plugs today. Epstein hearings reveal DOJ shielding monsters like Les Wexner as child trafficking co-conspirators, while Pam Bondi diverts to fake stock highs. Look at your 401k, they cry, as if magic money erases tortured kids. Jobs, reports, mass unemployment via lies. To protect the scam, they assassinate stars. Cobain, Marley, Bruce Lee, JFK, MLK, anyone defying the cult. Proven alternatives exist. Debt-free prosperity models from post-war Japan and early successes elsewhere delivered cars tech equality. China mastered this, now dominating shipbuilding. The West must upgrade it, abandoning depopulation plots for life expansion and freedom. Post-Chinese New Year, March 2026. Fiat crumbles faster. Fury surges. Elites may dangle from lampposts soon if justice stalls. Real Trump battles white hats against deep state fakes. Satan as elite group mind dies. Light prevails in spiritual war. Jubilee reboots finance. Inventory real assets. End debt slavery. Build people-owned systems. No more borrowing from criminals. The battle is humanity's fight for a glorious future. Light has won. Justice strikes imminently.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So alien disclosure, or the openness of alien disclosure. Of course, we've had alien disclosure that's been ongoing it's been leaking out for a long time. Those that have tried to disclose more than the narrative wanted, the narrative makers wanted to have disclosed, usually got taken out. So now President Trump has, upped the ante, just like he did, I believe, with the Jeffrey Epstein files. All right, so the Epstein files basically had, he said, there's nothing there. So, of course, everybody wanted to, it's like, you like this? You can't have it. So it's kind of one of those things. Trump was like that with Epstein files, and then everybody really wanted it, right? And everybody was clamoring for it and talking about it, and then it started to disclose. All right. So it's going to be the same thing, I believe, with alien disclosure. Now, on Tuesday, I'm going to be potentially doing a roundtable with Carrie Cassidy and some other people that she's going to bring on, and we're going to talk about it, right? So my thoughts on it before we get together is that it is a slow leak that's going to be kind of like drip, 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 just like we saw with Jeffrey Epstein files, and then a garden hose in your face, and then one of those, like when you see the guys fighting the fires, the firemen, and they get like 2 or 3 guys behind each other. I used to do this as a firefighter in the military, and then they pull back that thing, and it's a fire hose, which is like just this huge amounts of water coming out. It'll blow your ass back if it hit you. That's why it takes 2 or 3 people to hold that hose. That's the amount of information that's going to come. Now, all the things that we've been wanting to disclose will come in their correct time as people get exposed to it, because it's going to basically change the world. It's going to completely change the world. Everything. It will change everything. Once we find out, how we have been inhabited, that we basically were seeded in this world by different alien groups, right? And then how some alien groups came in and manipulated and controlled us. They're still manipulating and controlling us. That's why the alien disclosure has been so long in coming, because and this is how we overcome that as we wake up. So we keep hearing people say the controllers don't want us to wake up because then they lose control. What they really don't want, and I can tell you this from my personal experience, is that if you release the alien information, they will come after you, and they will kill you if you get out of line. All right. So this is a huge, just like Trump is doing everything else, destroying the deep state. This is one of their biggest little pets, right? Because a lot of these people that are deep state are reptilian, right? Hybrid reptilian. And they're very evil, as we know. And it's like a drug to them. So this is some of the things they don't want to disclose. Of course, that's happening in another realm. The Luciferians are very clever. Now Lucifer's agenda is all around the cosmos, guys. It's not just here on Earth. And a lot of the stuff that's been created, like hell and burning in hell and stuff like that, that's all created bullshit, right? Does some of that happen? Depends on your consciousness. Your consciousness is going to create even your consciousness creating this world, and your consciousness will create in the afterworld as well, right? Now a lot of people are like, we want to be yes. So I was starting to see the ridiculous in the chat already. I've gotten a lot of ridiculous chat people coming in lately. Yeah, it's pretty interesting how much that I'm getting. So of course, a subject like this has almost got me killed, and it is and I just validated. I don't have at the time, I didn't have that many experiences that I knew of. And maybe, I don't know, maybe that's why they wanted to kill me before I really woke up to some of the stuff as I was involved in the secret space program. So there is a lot of disclosure that's coming. But again, it's going to be the drip, drip, drip stuff. Now, I put in X, like Trump is really drip, 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 dripping. We can go all the way back to JFK. So they had a lot of other reasons why they killed JFK, right? Silver. He brought silver in, which is going to take out the Federal Reserve, going to make their fiat worthless toilet paper money that we still have today. That's even less valuable than it was back then, of course, through inflation. But they were going to, he was going to basically do away with the Federal Reserve all the way back then, kind of like what President Trump has been talking about. So President Trump and John F. Kennedy have a lot of similarities, right? So other things that JFK, a lot of people don't realize this, but there was, he was going to speak after he was done with the, drive through Dallas. He was going to speak at a show and basically do alien disclosure. He had it written out and everything, what he was going to say. That's been, shared out there. I've had it on my show by people disclosing about that. And so another reason why they killed him, right? Another one was because he wouldn't go to war with Cuba on the level that they wanted to. They wanted to do what we got in 9/11. So the Bush family allowed it to happen, but JFK was like, no, we're not going to crash airliners into buildings. And so they just put it in the back burner. And then when they got somebody in there that was, beholden to them, controlled by them, I guess, Bush family, they basically did that 9/11 attack that Kennedy refused to do. So a lot of things we're finding out. No, I've talked about on my show. How many of you really know anything about any of that stuff that I just shared? And there's so much more that goes along with JFK. So, and that's a long time ago, right? So the disclosure stuff has been kept on the back burner for a long time. Now the med bed. Now a lot of you guys get real excited about a med bed. I had shows about disclosing about how America is the worst child trafficking place in the world, and barely gets views, and that's troubling to me, right? And it blows up all over the internet, right? So a lot of you guys don't care about the child trafficking, evidently, but you do want your med bed. You want what's going to be good for you, right? You don't care about anybody else. But there is a lot of disclosure that's coming that will affect everyone, right? In many, many different ways. So the high-tech stuff, like the med bed stuff, will be part of that. The anti-gravity type stuff, vehicles, many, many different portaling. All these things have been available all the way back to JFK, all the way back to JFK, and longer. We can go all the way back to Atlantis, all the way back to Atlantis. Atlantis was destroyed by the reptilians all the way back then. All right. So and then the reptilians basically positioned themselves to be the controllers as everybody, the survivors came out, probably 500 million or something around the world. Who knows? Like Georgia Guidestones. So that's one of the things that they do. Fortunately, there were enough people that woke up during that time frame that continually developed good technologies and started a secret space program for good reasons, not the bad reasons. There is a bad secret space program out there, and there's a good one, just like there's bad military within our military, and there's good military within our military, of course, and the same around the world, right? So this push back and forth, one step forward, two steps back, two steps forward, one step back, is constant process over the last thousands of years to get us back to the point where we're at right now, right? So Trump on alien disclosure. He's announced plans to release government files related to UFOs and extraterrestrial life. citing public interest in the topic, right? There's always been public interest. He could have done it in his first term, but we're at the point now where human consciousness is ready to absorb this, just like the Jeffrey Epstein file stuff. All right, so there's a lot more Epstein file stuff. Like many of us have been saying, it is tip of the iceberg on Jeffrey Epstein, all the stuff we're going to learn about that. And of course, the same thing for many people with the alien disclosure information. Trump says government will declassify alien files. Which ones? Which ones? On a certain level, of course, they will be disclosed and they will be released. But it's going to take time to get all of it. If they released everything all at once, it would completely destroy the fabric of society, guys. Too fast. All right. So it'll come at a speed. And sometimes as people are like saying, well, where is it? Where is it? Just like Jeffrey Epstein files. It's like, I think they're ready for it. Okay, release more. Open the floodgates. Right. So, and then it will come. So it's going to be up to us. Like I've been saying for a long time, we're the creators of our world, and we're getting very good at it, right? We're getting very good at it as time goes forward, which means our consciousness is rising. Now, think about it, and I've said this for a long time. Think about how negative people used to be. I mean, that hasn't changed to a great extent, of course, but most people were extremely negative, all right? And I could look at, my past, all the way back to a kid. I grew up, like everybody else in a lot of negativity, but I learned to rise above it, and I can just, think about if I had the ability to manifest instantaneously, wow, it would be a train wreck. Right. And some of you are still like that, I think. But I've been manifesting really great things for humanity. And I feel like God has rewarded me. He's given me some great things. And it's not why I do it, of course. And if I did, then I would get great things. But that is what more and more people are awakening to, the fact that we are creating our world, this reality together much faster. And that's putting people's heads on a spin too. Not so much just all the information that's coming out, which I think is fantastic. And I'm hungry for it, but I get wowed by stuff as well. If we really went down the rabbit hole for child, trafficking and what they do to children, it would be too much for, just about all of us, right? But these horrific beings that are here on Earth that are pretty much, or have been pretty much in control, that is every day to them, right? For us, it's the most horrific thing, and we can't even imagine what they do, all right? So this disclosure on a lot of the stuff takes time. All right. So you have to be awakened to this and that, and you get comfortable with that, and you get hungry for more, and then more comes, right? Drip, drip, garden hose, slowly turn up to it's like a full spray, from a spray to like a full stream, and then we go to the fire hose, right? So it's in the fire hose, there's no in between. There's on and there's off. So when that handle comes back and it's on, and it's full stream, and you're going to get hammered by it. All right. So for me, I like that. I like the water. So I'm good with it. Just blast me around with it. I know how to breathe through it and all kind of crazy stuff. So, but most people, the spray on the garden hose is too much. The drip is too much. Right. And are we going to wait for them? No. Right. So disclosure is coming, and Trump's bringing it, just like he's done everything else. He is the destroyer, right? He is the destroyer, and that's a good thing, right? He's destroying all. He's chosen. He's the chosen one to destroy, right? and he's doing a magnificent job. So let's go into a few other things. Now, before we get to my main topic, which is going to be when will the Iran war start? And will it spread around the world? Right? Yes and yes. Right? It will start, yes, within, I think, a couple of weeks. Maybe less, maybe a little bit more, but it's going to start. All right. And we'll talk more about that. And will it spread around the world? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. So let's look at, what's going on. I predicted that there will be extreme drought this year. This year we're in. All right. So a lot of you that are getting snows, like I did, I got right out there, I got right about 10 feet of snow over a 4-day period. Blizzard conditions, right? And, as fast as I could, snow blow it off the balconies, it was like almost back to where it was again. So it was really coming down, and I had to really bundle up. Fortunately, I had my King of the Mountain wear, like SEAL Team 6 gear, and I've had it all this time. And the snipers used it, and I got some of it, and I actually paid for it. The snipers at SEAL Team 6 got it for free, those lucky guys. But it is some of the best clothing ever, and I don't get anything from it. I'm just saying, but anyway, I had that on, and I was warm. I literally have slept in snowstorms with that stuff on and felt great. Laying in the snow, it's amazing. So I would go out and I would basically blow the snow on that, and that'd be good, right? So drought around the United States. Now around the world, there's like crazy snow right now. You guys might remember I said it was going to flip. The East Coast was getting all the super cold weather, and I said it was going to flip, and that's when we got the snowstorm out here. Now it's flipping back towards you guys on the East Coast. Now, and massive storm, like a Cat 2 hurricane winds that are, spinning off the East Coast that are really going to bring in a lot of moisture and cold that has come down. Now, the cold is going to continue to come down all week and even bring freezing temperatures once again all the way down to mid-Florida, right? Now, look at the red is extreme drought. As you see, Florida, 25 years, worst drought in 25 years in Florida. You think of Florida as always rainy. I think of it that way because I lived there and it was always rainy. But the red is extreme drought. And then if you get any browns, which there's no browns yet, but much of America, unfortunately, is going to have exceptional drought coming up. All right, so California right now, California and North Dakota are two of the only states that now have, and this is the first time in 25 years that California has not had drought on a massive scale across the state. So, wow, how amazing that when I show up, that happens. All right, so I'm the bringer of rain and snow. And there's going to be another atmospheric river that's going to come on Tuesday here. It was supposed to be like 1.5 days of a break and then another like almost 10 days of snow here in Lake Tahoe. I was like, after doing all that snow blowing, I was like, no. So now it's going to get warm and we're going to get rain and a little bit of snow. At my elevation, and probably a little bit more snow because I'm at about between 7,000 to 8,000. And at that level, it's pretty much going to snow the whole time. But I can handle it. I'm good. And we need a pretty good snowpack. So look at this map. You're going to see, like I predicted long ago, that there would be, and here's the proof, it's beginning, that there would be significant drought and fires. Now, we're looking at California. We got more We got more rain coming. Like I said, Tuesday, another atmospheric river. It won't be as intense as the one we just had, but definitely another atmospheric river. And it's, it's good for California. It's all of the reservoirs are being filled up. But I promise you, and I've said this, that you will see fires in California because they make a lot of money on it. That's why it's going to continue. They'll make a way to do the fires. And you remember that Roman Emperor Nero, that played the fiddle while Rome burned, right? I think of Biden like that. I think of Biden, and Nero's probably one of the worst emperors they had. Biden by far the worst, president we had. So we had not only Lahaina in Hawaii burn through directed injury weapons, but also L.A. Burnt through directed injury weapons. So I guarantee you they will continue to burn California, right? Because I don't know, maybe they know that California is going to start to break up and fall in the water. They want to get as many people out of here as possible. I don't know, but with the reservoirs almost completely full in California, it's going to be still fires in California because, again, like I said, they make money. They make a lot of money off of these fires. It would be in our best interest if they took just a portion of that money and did fire containment. Of course, I've had the William Simpson on that's talked about how you get wild horses to roam around, and they are fire preventers on a massive scale, and they actually help the environment on a massive scale. Of course, they're rounding up all those horses, those wild horses, rounding them up. How about that? So there's a lot of things they could do to, fire mitigation, but they're like, oh, the environmentalists or whoever has infiltrated environmentalists to dumb them down. They think that you just leave nature to the way it's supposed to be, and we won't interfere because that's the way it's actually supposed to be. And that's the dumbest thing in the world. All right. So you have fire prevention that goes on that should be clearing a lot of the brush. The Native Americans used to do this all the time, and they had this. This was Garden of Eden in the United States at one time because of the American Indians, right? Because they did all this, and they moved their crops around, and they did animal husbandry, and they did it all, right? And it was fantastic. And then the Americans, if you want to call them that, came. Because the Native Americans are kind of like they'll tell you they're from the aliens. The aliens came and deposited them, and they had communication with aliens. And a lot of tribes still have, like the Hopi, still have communication with the aliens. All right, so it's very interesting, to see the bigger picture. If you have an open mind, you get to see a lot more than if you think you know everything and you're arrogant and controlled by the educational system. And you're in your little box and you don't see all this other stuff that's outside the box. This was fantastic, right? So why would you be in that little box? Well, because you've been mind controlled to be in a little box and don't get out of it, or otherwise you get punished and you don't pass grades and people make fun of you. It's like, make fun of me. I don't care, because I'm seeing the truth and the reality of things. And that's much more important to me than some manufactured BS about, the way the world used to be. Like, for instance, William Simpson came in and was talking about how the wild horses that were here for millions of years, they said, oh, no, those horses came from the Spanish. You mean the Spanish, like when they came to Florida a long time ago? It's like, so, because when they came to the Americas, those horses were here. So, and so this complete BS about history, guys, the manipulation is beyond belief, right? The manipulation about the alien involvement and suppression of that, of course, is beyond belief. You like that when I say it like that? Beyond belief, right? Just drag it out, just like these idiots do with their false information. All right, so heartbreaking. Family of 12-year-old Kylie Smith killed by transgender in a Tumbler Ridge mass shooter in Canada, forced to cancel funeral amid death threats. So their 12-year-old daughter was killed by a trainee, right? And the trainees all got together because I guess they don't want, a lot of the spread about how bad they are, about how evil they are. Not all of them, of course. We have to, and of Lucifer, the bringer of light, like the bringer of light bullshit. All right. So they just flip everything. We got to stop this tranny bullshit. All right. Taking these kids and turning them into the opposite sex, and all the medication that they have to use and so forth to continue to suppress whatever sex they were. It causes significant hormonal imbalance. All right, so it is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous, and of course, we have to push back on this, guys. This is another Luciferian thing, and her parents. Lance Young and Jenny Gary have surfaced both online and locally, leading the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, to investigate. All right, good job, you corrupt RCMP. Is aware of threats. They're aware of it. They're not going to do anything about it, of course, because this is part of the bigger agenda in Canada, Luciferianism. It's a heart-wrenching statement where we are so sorry. This is our parents. We are so sorry we had to cancel Kylie's service today. We saw how hard everyone was working on it. From what we are hearing, we are at least the third family of the deceased to be harassed or threatened by people from their past since this awful tragedy took place. All right, so she says, mostly we're sorry to you, Kylie, our girl. This was supposed to be your day. I promise we will get, they're going to do one in the future. So I don't know. I don't know if the transgender is going to allow that. And I don't see the RCMP do anything about it because this is part of the Luciferian campaign that's going on in Canada. So the rampage began when Rootstella police had visited Van Rootseller's home multiple times. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. You stopped that one. Not all right. Multiple times prior due to mental health issues. And reports reveal the shooter discussed violent scenarios with AI chatbots like ChatGPT. Right. So let me show you the picture of this aspiring ballet dancer. And three of them were like, of a young age. Let's see what to say. So this transgender right here who has a gun. Oh, it's going to take me back over to X. One shot and the slide slams back and locks. So one bullet left, I guess. Not very trained, I guess. But this is some of the stuff that we're seeing. Didn't they take guns away in Canada? So, and I don't know. Maybe this is one of those things they do to, really tighten down. Because I know they did this recently in Australia. We had the shooting at Bondi. All right. So now how many people were killed? She was one of 6 victims killed at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. So this person goes into decides, let's take it to the next level, and goes into a school where no one can resist, right? And just starts to shoot everybody up. I know. The person that's running Canada right now, prime minister, whatever you guys have, unfortunately, his child is transgender. So you're not going to see anything that's going to happen with this transgenderism. It's going to get worse in Canada, right? And of course, in Canada, they have instituted where if you're not happy, you can just go execute yourself. All right, they'll just. All right, Northern California atmospheric river arrives Tuesday, like I said, and it's going to bring lots of moisture. Now the moisture, like I've been saying, not only is happening in California, it's happening in other states as well. Nevada, because I live in Nevada, and it's been, of course, I've gotten a lot of snow in Nevada, and then that translates over into aquifers and so forth, and over where Hoover Dam is, it's filling everything up. So let's look at this real quick. The numbers.
What it is by April 1st. So this.
Now I want you guys to see this, because I'm promising you, there will be fires in California, even though it's one of the only states. It was the only state. I think about 4 weeks ago. I think North Dakota had a swath of drought, but now it's been taken care of. So will it come back? Yes, probably. And it will get much worse in the rest of the country. But drought doesn't cause fires. You can have drought for years and years and no fires, but we've already seen what they do. They've already started directed energy weapons in, I think, Oklahoma. There's been some good fires out there. When I say good, I mean significant acreage burned. Right? So this is what we're going to see in California. So I want you guys to see that there should be no reason whatsoever that California gets any fires, but you're going to see them.
Statewide situation, we're at 75% of average to date, but you can see the contours, how they cover all the way deep into Southern California, even over the Tehachapi Pass there along the Grapevine on I-5, 59% of our April 1st average to date. So we need a little bit more, but as far as that contour, it is looking really nice right now. Major reservoir supply levels were running.
All right, so Shasta. So you're seeing here, there's over 100% of the average. So California doesn't get a lot of rain, of course. So when you get a lot like we've had already, and we're going to get more, it's going to take these capacities and top them out on a lot of these areas. Oroville, Shasta, Trinity. Now remember, Shasta, when Trump was in office before, he came to California where there was lots of fires, and he said, I'll use federal money to extend the capacity of Shasta, put the dam or whatever higher, like, several dozen feet higher, whatever it was. And Newsom didn't want it. How is that possible? How is that possible? Because Newsom is part of the deep state, and the reptilians are trying to burn us out. Right, so look at these capacities. We've got another atmospheric river. We will have more. I think we might even have more snow here in the Cali area. I think we're going to get more. So we're going to get another atmospheric river. You guys are getting this deep cold. It's going to come back over to our side, and we're going to get another atmospheric major river and more snow, I think. So I predicted about 6 atmospheric rivers. This will be, I think, the 5th one. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right.
About 55 to 85% of capacity. So those reservoirs really healthy and full, over 100% of average to date. And even as we make our way southward here, it's looking good as well for New Millennium.
So as you guys can see, even further down into the south, well over the 100% of average capacities, reaching almost maximum. I believe these capacities will hit maximum. So again, with all the wet that's happening, with all the snow that's locked in, there should not be any fires. So somebody is doing these fires. All right. and we need to track them down and exterminate them like the vermin they are. And this is part of the deep state, right? And this is going to continue until we wake up. But Mike, it's like my kids when they were young. But Daddy, why, Daddy, why? Because we're not getting the alien disclosure. All right. Once we get the alien disclosure, have to drag this out so people, I know some of you are like, come on, Mike, just say it. But there's a lot of you out there that need a little slow talk. All right. So you get it. So alien disclosure. And I know people that talk like this too. I'm like, come on, stop. So I'm just doing a couple words. So I'm not putting you through hell. Right? So with this disclosure, then we'll have, all the technologies that they have been holding for themselves to use against us, right? Just like the medbed technology that we should have had all the way back in 1961. They have been controlling it and flipping all that stuff, manipulating our DNA. The cult of Asclepius, like Dr. Ardis has talked about, goes all the way back to ancient Greece, where they used snakes. You can see some of the goddesses have snakes around their arms and all kind of crazy stuff. So they've been doing the snake thing for a long, long time, thousands of years, guys. Those damn reptilians. So, it's in our face. It's in our face, like always. Now, military veteran Ray Lucian, he basically came out last night. I did a show with him, and he talks about the trafficking, and a lot of you don't care. Right? So there wasn't a lot of views on that. I do shows. I did a show with Larry Ballard, 30K views. I'm looking at it right now. Leo Zagami, the day before, 24K views. I did a show with Gene Decode. I haven't done one with him in a long time. 71,000 views. Sheila Holmes always gets a lot of views. But you guys just don't care about human trafficking. You don't want to learn about it. I don't know what that is. It's very, very... And I remember when I used to do these shows in the early days, 5 years ago, all of the people they're trying to disclose, they're like, Mike, no one cares. And I'm like, my audience will care. And so you guys did over the years, but I guess now you're tired of it. Right? So you don't want to know anymore. Oh, well, okay. We'll keep bringing it. There's a few of you out there, and somebody's going to make a wake up. All right. Violence erupts in Mexico after cartel leader El Mencho just outside. I went to another LifeWave event where I went to just outside of Puerto Vallarta. I always wanted to go there. So, and then I got it, all expense paid trip. It was great. But before I went, I'm like, let me search the intuitive look out there. Yeah, I'll be able to do it, but it's going to get bad there. And so this will be my last opportunity to go to Mexico. And sure enough, Mexico is exploding in violence, right? So violence erupts in Mexico after cartel leader El Mencho killed a military strike. So the military is basically starting to get funky with it, right? Because Trump is like, okay, we'll get you back. We want you guys to start knocking it out. Otherwise, we're going to come over and knock it out. So it'd be better if you guys knock it out. That way you're in charge and you won't look like the little feminine men that you have, been coming off as, right? Not standing up to the cartel. And of course, that's a government. Everything in their society is against it. Kind of like in our society, almost everything's against the child trafficking knowledge of, right? This is and that's why it continues to be the worst in the United States. Funny how that works. This is a great development for Mexico, the U.S., Latin America, and the world. The good guys are stronger than the bad guys. U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau. So when you do stuff like that, there's going to be pushback, right? And I want you to start to get this in your heads now, right? You can't get the child trafficking in your head, but you need to get this in your head as far as like when you knock hell out of people that have been running the show and in control and making lots of money, and a lot of people around them making lots of money, and they pay people to look the other way, then you're going to start to see a pushback, right? A massive pushback, and that's what's happening. So here is, some of that pushback. I'll give you guys a little. This is in the Guadalajara area. Prosecutor's office stands. A member of the prosecutor's office stands guard near a burning bus set on fire by organized crime groups in response to an operation in Jalisco to arrest a high-priority security target. So that's what happened there. Now we can go over into the Puerto Vallarta area, which is very, very luxurious, right? Very luxurious, high end. A lot of U.S. People go down there and buy real estate and so forth, but that's not going to work out so good going forward, right? Might not be a good time to be down there. Might not be. It's not a good time to be down there if you're American, right? I'll just say it. And we're probably going to see people get basically taken and ransomed. That's going to be very, very prominent, I think, going forward. Now, in LifeWave, so I had that one trip down to Puerto Vallarta. It's your last day to buy 2 X39s to get an X49 free. So these sales are amazing. I always take huge advantage of these. And a lot of people are taking advantage of them right now. Now, like I said, I was in Puerto Vallarta, and you see there's lots of fires. This is one of the first ones. There's lots of fires now. I just looked at one just before I came on. I guess it's like full-on war down there right now. So between the Mexican soldiers and the cartels, right? So they have the backing of America. We'll see, how far this goes. But, right on our doorstep, guys. Now, we've talked about it a long time. Nino, Scott McKay, and I, we've talked about how this is coming. Nino's right there and, right on the border. And he's talked about a lot of this before. I've gone down to the border, and I've looked at everything. And I'm like, we'll see. So you couldn't really see it at the time that I went down there. Maybe 2.5 years ago, I think it was now, when I went down on the border. But it wasn't long after that a lot of people started getting together and push for more security in the border. You had Greg Abbott, because we were all pushing for it. He got involved. So you see how this works. You push for it. It's Jeffrey Epstein files. You push for it. We, the people, and then it happens. So now there's a lot of people pushing for security along the border. President Trump's doing a great job of it, but there's still more coming across the border, guys, right? It is not ended by any stretch of imagination. Now, Ray, who was on my show yesterday, Lucian, was telling me that when the border, remember how many hundreds of thousands of children came across the border when Biden was in? The child trafficking was all about the people coming across the border. So that need for children that America has, that appetite, and it doesn't matter what the age is, all the way down to babies, it was being met by the cartels. And now that the border has been, to a great extent, shut down, now they're coming after American babies. So you better watch your babies, right? You better watch your babies. Now, interesting thing about the transgender, Ray was telling me, he was trained by, high-level people, SEAL Team 6 guy and so forth, how to look for child trafficking and so forth. So he did something he should not have done. He went by himself to case of target. And transgenders noticed him, and they came after him, a big group of them, and he ran for his life. Fortunately, he was not ran, but he drove for his life. And through very skillful maneuvering, I guess, us military guys, we just kind of pull it out of our ass sometimes. He was able to break contact and get away safely. But the transgenders guys, they're all part of some darker thing that's going on. And I say the transgenders, but it's like saying MS-13. We know they're evil. Are all transgenders evil? No, but there seems to be a lot of them. Seems to be a lot of them are, and most school shootings. All right, so, and I'm on a platform where they protect this kind of bullshit. So anyway, all right. So Tehran, right? Not Tehran. That's like me saying South Carolina, all right, or South Carolina, right? But Tehran is in Iran. Iran would be like country folk, right? Saying it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they all say it, but that's my understanding. So there is a show. It's called Tehran. It's on Apple Plus, and I'm watching it. And after having been, in the spy program for many years, I think it was in 12 years, 11, 12 years, something like that, maybe a little bit more. And so when I saw Tehran, I was like, wow, this is really well done. Somebody's told them right. And what's crazy about it is, Mossad and the IRGC, which is Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they duke it back and forth. Now, there were a lot of Jews in Iran before Khomeini came in. And when Khomeini came in, they hightailed it out of there, a lot of them. Some converted, maybe a lot converted, I don't know. But Jews are not welcome there, right? And they used to be very integral and part of Iran, but not so much anymore, right? So, and of course, we've seen the back and forth it goes. And of course, Iran is like building nuclear bombs with long-range missiles. Goes, why do they want to do that? Because they want to blow up Israel. And so she had bruising on her, and I guess she overdosed or something like that. And I guess the cast and the crew were like, "Oh, she had mental issues. There's no way it could be foul play." What? You guys are just saying that because you want to continue to film, don't you? Right? You don't care. Kind of like child trafficking. You just don't care. Just don't care. I can tell you that there was probably a hit put out on her because she was disclosing too much about Iran, right? And I can tell you, watching that movie, it's like, wow, it's back and forth. There's like double agents, triple agents. I'm like, dang, it's hard to keep up. And I'll see one of the case officers, COs for Mossad. One of them gets killed, and so this guy from IRGC is walking in, and she's like down on the floor low, and he comes around the corner, she shoots him. I'm like, wow, that's really good. Somebody told you guys well, right? Must have been like Navy SEAL security contractor like myself. All right, so I don't know. So we'll see, what happens with Iran. The reason why I want to bring this up is because there needs to be education, like child trafficking, needs to be education about this, because a lot of people are like, are hating on Israel. I don't hate on them. It's like, yeah, there seems to be, we're supporting them a lot, but I think there is a very good reason behind that. Not that they were, formulated by the Rothschilds, but that there's something else going on there. And I think that if we eventually, because Israel's saved for last, if we eventually get control of that, then it's one of the places I guess the deep state was going to. They've been formulating that place for a long time. Of course, United States is one of their main places, but it looks like they're not doing so well in the United States, although they have the political system, which is, I think, almost completely captured with the Rothschild deep state New World Order. They are supporting. They're like, how many of them have like dual passports? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You know, who do you love? Who do you love? Yeah, we got to know. And you can't have a passport somewhere else and be in Congress and Senate. That's bullshit, right? But like 3/4 of them do to Israel of all places, right? So, and I think that's for the deep state guys, not for the good guys. So we have to take the deep state down a lot of different places. But take the deep state down, you have to come in and take control. So what has President Trump done over the last year or so? So basically knock hell out of Hamas there in Gaza Strip. They were one of the main they call them Hamas, and Hamas just gun them down the streets like crazy. The other one is Hezbollah, which is in Syria, and also, or ISIS in Syria. So Hezbollah is in Beirut. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about this. The extremist Muslims, and pretty much every Muslim can go extremist, guys. I've seen it. I've seen where there's been, crazy stuff happen in a Middle Eastern country, and every Muslim goes crazy. Very emotional people, and they're kept that way. And you can have great emotions if you're educated with your emotions, but if you're not educated, you have a low IQ in emotions, which unfortunately most Muslims do because they keep them there, then they're very easily inflamed, right? Like children, right? You've seen children that they can be all nice and quiet, and then some radical kid comes in, and then next thing you know, they're all like screaming and hitting each other. So this is some of the things that we're seeing with the that's going to happen with the Muslim population. So Iran preparing for a possible U.S. military strike. Possible, pretty much going to happen, right? Now, will this be very quick? I'm sure that's what the Trump administration is trying to do, kind of like what they did in Venezuela. Come and do surgical strikes, and we're done, right? That is a possibility. But there's a lot of extremists all around the world, unfortunately. And we know that, and there's a reason for that. It's basically a threat that if you come in and take down Iran, that they will strike around the world, right? So I think that's what's going to happen. I think that, yeah, we can go in and the market will probably drop, for a day or two, depending on when they do it. They do it on a Friday night, like they normally do. They have a couple of days to finish it up. And then on Monday, you might get a little bit of stock market drop, radical, because everybody's scared, fear, and the baddies know how to drive the market prices. Then the next day they'll announce that it's all over, and then the stock market will go the other direction and go higher, right, than it ever was. So that's kind of what I see potentially happening. Now, will it be next weekend, weekend after? Yeah. That's kind of the way it's going to be, guys. All right. So it's basically throwing the enemy into a high state of awareness that wears them down. Right. And I've seen this happen on many different occasions. I've been part of it. So they're going to war because the regime that's there is not going to step away because they're part of the deep state, and the deep state's not going to let them step away. Right. They will. So the only thing they have to do left is fight. They're not going to give up their nuclear weapons because the deep state has paid a lot of money for them to have those nukes, and they're not going to let them walk away and stop that program. So both sides of that. That's what Trump has said. You guys got to step down, and you got rid of your nuclear program, right? They have nukes. So the delivery system is really what they've been working on, and that's been hammered quite a bit. So they don't have any long-range missiles that can really reach out there. So now, does Russia and China get involved because they're posturing as if they're going to? I don't think Russia is. They may posture just so they kind of save face with other groups that are out there that Russia supports, and they're saying that Russia is going to posture, but Russia can't take on the United States. Russia is overextended as it is in Ukraine, so they're not going to play. All right, I believe. I could be wrong, but that's when you look at the reality of what's going on the ground. Russia doesn't stand a chance to get involved. China, no reason for China to get involved. Again, posturing, positioning, and showing their allies and so forth that we stand with you. But again, it's going to be like, who's going to stand up against the U.S. military? No one. I think the U.S. military spends as much on this military as the rest of the world combined. Not that much, but it's pretty close, right? So, and very much like Rome back in the day, right? When Rome was very powerful. But we know that Rome started to collapse, right? So there has to be something that comes and changes things. And I think that's going to be the alien disclosure and high tech, right? So that will catapult America into a very substantially increased monetary position around the world. All right, so all of this remains to be seen how that works out, but there is going to be conflict. I believe it's a done deal, pretty much. All right, so how fast that happens remains to be seen, and it's going to be, I believe, it's going to be quick. They're in Iran, but, and here's the big but. I like big butts, and I can't. They're not. Nope. I don't like big butts. But the but that cannot be denied is that there are lots of Middle Easterners around the world on a massive scale, guys. And like I said, they can easily be inflamed and probably will. All right. So in Zohran Mamdani's New York City, where he is the mayor, thousands of Muslims, of course he's Muslim, praying flood Times Square. Flood Times Square. Why? You have lots of mosques all around. In fact, there are approximately 581 mosques in New York City area. So why pray in the streets? Muslims did not pray in the streets, and Muslims do not, and I can vouch for this, do not pray in the streets in Muslim countries. This is an act of Islamic supremacy, domination. All right, so they're trying to show us that we're in charge here. We do whatever we want, right? And Sharia law is what we abide by. We don't abide by your Western laws, and we know that Sharia law is horrific. It's not I'm going to tell you, it's not a God's law, right? I think Islam was very much hijacked. It's very, very demonic to me, right? Luciferian. All right, and that's just my opinion. There's a lot of people that think differently, of course. Like all these people that are standing there, they would probably not like that so much, and probably would have great angst against me if I stood there and said, "Nanner, nanner, nanner." So I would never do that. You worship how you worship. It's fine with me. But when you start to step out of line, which the Muslims do, and I've seen it all around the world, then we need to push back, right? So we're unfortunately probably going to be forced to push back here pretty soon. And that's what I want everybody to become aware of. All right, so 581 mosques in Times Square, or in New York City alone. 581. How many churches? Now, how long has Christianity been here in America? Since day one, right? So, since the Pilgrims and you name it, the Pilgrims. Why did they leave England? To escape persecution, right? And I've had some guests on. Sheila Holm has talked about this quite a bit. Luciferianism is basically making a strong push in America. Part of that could be the group that I was just talking about, right? And so there's 2,000 churches, 581 mosques already, right? How long have the Muslims been coming here, right? Not so long. We've been paying their way. And there's hotels that are full of Muslims that are being paid by U.S. and New Yorkers, U.S. taxpayers and New York taxpayers at their expense. Why? So they can, disrupt traffic and, pray in the center of Times Square. I don't know. What do you guys think? I guess, if you don't care about child trafficking, and maybe you don't care about the Muslims either, right? So we can bring this to your awareness, but you have to be involved and you have to push back. The ways to push back is to let people know. So 2,000 churches. So we're seeing 581. That's over a quarter of the churches already in New York City are Muslim. But you don't see Christians coming out and praying in Times Square and holding up traffic, do you? No, never, ever. All right, so this is the problem. Now, in Saudi Arabia, where Islam was birthed, 300,000 mosques, right? This number reflects the significant role mosques play in the daily lives of Muslims in the country. I don't think we have that many churches in all of the United States, and we're much bigger. Right? So I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So, a lot of churches have actually closed because we've started to see, some problems within a lot of those churches. And I think we're still going to see more problems going forward. Now, do you think the mosques are Islam and so forth? Yeah, I've been to those countries, and I can tell you they like little boys a lot. All right, so list of mosques in Lebanon. So I spent a lot of time in Lebanon. The number of mosques in Lebanon, let's see, 2,405 churches. Now, the churches have been there all the way back to the French, right? So Lebanon is very French. Beirut especially, 2,405 churches, 1,502 mosques. Now, the reason why I want to bring this up is like almost, less than 900 away, right, from having more mosques. And they're moving in that direction very aggressively. And they do that everywhere. And in Texas, you would think that Texas is like the most sacrosanct republic in America. And they're moving into Texas on a massive scale. You like the way I say that? Massive scale. Right. So, is Governor Abbott doing anything about that? I guess people of Texas aren't pushing on him, so he's not. Right. So maybe it takes outside source like me and other people come in and say, you guys are in trouble. You better clean that shit up. All right. So you're gonna find out. You guys are fucking around. You're gonna find out. Right. So now the reason why I bring up Lebanon, because like I said, I was there quite a bit. And I remember going down streets, because we go down streets on foot sometimes, and on because we're trying to make sure we're clean, no one's following us. So a case officer, or in this case, the chief of station for Lebanon, was going to a meeting. Was very, God, the background of this guy. If I told you the background, oh my God, unbelievable man. But he had to make sure he was clean. So I'm following him. Of course, I got body armor, a gun. He does too. But he did get the guys who were driving that had been in Beirut for a long time. They didn't know where he was going to go. And they were confused. And my wife likes the way I say massive, right? She's back there in the background going, massive. All right. Lovely girl. Lovely lady. So anyway, I'm supposed to be his detail and when he's on foot. And I'm new to Beirut. And so they're like, but they know my background. So they're like, he'll be safe with you. And I'd be like, okay. So they're trying to find the right road that he wants. In his mind, he knows what it is, but he can't relay it. They can't figure it out. So we're going back and forth. And so eventually he's like, oh, this is fine. He gets out, I get out. And I give him a little bit of a lead. And so he's walking down the street. And on the right is a Christian cathedral that's burnt. Massive burned. I mean, it must have been in its day. And in Beirut, there are churches and cathedrals that are over 1,000 years old. They're absolutely magnificent. And I remember during Christmas in Beirut, it was one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. They still have church bells, which I think is a massive travesty. They took away all their church bells. And beautiful sound. They still have those church bells that ring on Sunday morning. And of course, the mosques are like every friggin' 5 times a day blaring. Oh. So anyway, we're walking. I'm looking to my right, and I'm like, wow. And it's a deserted street, very dark. And so he's going. I know where he's going, so I'm following him. Just la-di-da. You know, I'm just a dude. I'm just a white guy in Beirut, you know, walking the street that's next to a burnt-out cathedral. And on the left side, now this is where it gets interesting, is a Muslim ghetto. And pretty much in Beirut, all of the Muslim areas are ghettos, right? And it's the same thing when you go to a lot of Middle Eastern places. There's lots of ghettos, right? And I don't know if it's just a certain sect or what, but this was serious ghetto on the left. And I wonder if that ghetto burned that church. Yeah. So, and it was deserted, of course. It looked like it had been burned a long time ago. So we're walking. He's ahead. He's looking good. And then off to my left, I see a guy in a street, and he's got one of those carts, and it's right at the end of the street. And he looks at me and goes, "Hey!" And I was like, "Hey, what?" I didn't say anything. Of course, I'm just like kind of ignore him. I'm like, I got my guy here. Don't get all funky now. So he's like yelling at me. What are you doing here in this neighborhood? What are you doing here? He must have been the lookout or something. I don't know. So make sure no one comes down the street of the ghetto. In the ghetto. Remember that Elvis Presley song? So maybe most of you don't. Yeah, the child that grows up in the ghetto. So anyway, it doesn't turn out so good for him. But I'm following him, so we eventually go a little bit forward, a little bit further, and we go by a Ferrari dealership. I'm like, okay, now we're back in the good area. So I kind of relaxed a little bit. Of course, I kept my eye on my rear, looking back, not my actual rear, but looking back. And you know, I'm good. No one wanted to follow me. And I like that. I like that. But the other reason why I want to talk about this is not only was that church burned, but that Ferrari dealership was burned too. Wow. Those Muslims just don't like that stuff, I guess. I don't know. They don't like Ferraris. They don't like, cathedrals, Christian cathedrals. They just burn them. Right. What do you think is going to happen here in America when shit hits the fan in Iran? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen in London? What do they call London now? It's London, Islamabad or something. So it's not going to be good. Probably one of the reasons why they're delaying, because they want to get everybody ready, for when the shit hits the fan. Because I think that's really what's going to come. And I could be wrong, but we've had, there's been a lot of people that have talked about how, and I have, that a lot of cities are going to burn. There's a lot of Muslims that I think are going to start a lot of that because they burn things really well, I've seen. All right. So, word to the wise. And I can tell you the cathedrals of Lebanon were just unbelievable. And French food, of course, French food, right? The French just do things well. They just really do things well. And Tracy has some, she has like granddaughter, not granddaughters, but cousins or something, nieces. Their niece, or the two nieces were, I guess, some guy from Lebanon. The guys of Lebanon, not handsome, but the women are stunning. And I think that's from the French influence. And her nieces are little firecrackers too. I guess the dad wanted them to come back to Lebanon, and he wanted to outfit them with burqas, and they're like, F that. And they're back to America. So you're going to get that, guys. You're going to get that in a lot of, well, we've already started to see it in a lot of the cities. So you women that are independent, and throw that away in a Muslim culture, right? It goes bye-bye, right? You are the lowest of the low. And I know a lot of you women have fought hard for, your independence. And that goes bye-bye. You are the lowest of the low. Children come, the dog is more important than women, right? And they're not kind. A lot of Muslim men are not kind to women, right? On a lot of different ways, all right? So I've covered that in the past. So you guys need to be aware. I'm warning you, you don't want to become the #1 Muslim country that's been taken over in the world like they did with child trafficking, all right? So you need to be aware. Don't blow it off, all right? Don't blow it off. You need to get active. And I know a lot of you guys, you gunslingers out there, you're like, let them start. Okay, let them start. So we had like 10 extremists in, what was that city in India? Mumbai. So Mumbai, and I remember when I was in Pakistan, I was leaving, I said, you guys need to be very careful because I can see things in the future and things would come to me. I told them that you need to be really heads up because some shit's about to hit the fan, and you might be directly impacted, right? So not far across the border from Herat, where we were in Mumbai, there were a group of 10 Islamist extremists that came from Pakistan. They got on a boat and were ferried over, got off the boat, and if the security forces got close to them, they blew themselves up and took out a bunch of security forces. So security forces stood back, right? So a lot of you tough guys, right? A lot of you tough guys, FAFO, right? You better have a plan when the shit hits the fan. Have a plan before the shit hits the fan, right? So it's coming, I believe. So when you see, the hammer coming down, it might not come down day of, but I probably will, because like I said, Muslims are very emotional, right? Very childlike, low IQ, emotional, right? And they will go off. I've seen them go off, and it's very destructive. Anyone that's not a Muslim gets brutalized, right? So I'm not the bearer of bad news. I'm just telling you what's coming, right? what the deal is. I've seen this coming for a long time. All right, let's move on to something more positive, which we need more positivity and a change of the old guard, which has basically allowed this bullshit to come into America. So breaking, President Trump pulls endorsement of Rhino congressman after tariff vote endorses his opponent. So Jeff Hurd of Colorado is now reaping the whirlwind so Colorado has reaped the whirlwind of trying to get Trump off the ballot. He basically cut off federal funds to them to the tune of $1.2 billion. But Colorado's going to fix that. They're going to raise all the taxes on the rich, right? Rich. Bye-bye, rich. And so those of you that are not rich, look at Mamdani. He said he was going after the rich, and the rich are leaving. And now even the poor people are being hurt, right? So you can say, yeah, it's just the rich. They're coming for you too, baby. All right. That's the way these communists work. Based on a lack of support, in particular for the unbelievably successful tariffs posed on foreign countries and companies. This is President Trump's world words, right? It's his world and we're in it, right? He's creating and we're liking what he's creating. We voted for this. It's great. Which has made America richer, stronger, bigger, and better. You ever see those coffee cups where it's for the wife and it says, you are by far the best wife ever. And there's no one better than you. And you can believe it because I said it, kind of one of those things. I'm like, that's cool. I should get one for my wife. But I am hereby withdrawing, capital words, my endorsement of Rhino, capital words, Congressman Jeff Hurd of Colorado's 3rd District, and fully endorsing highly respected patriot Hope Scheppelman to take his place in Congress. Congressman Hurd is one of a small number of legislators who have let me and our country down. He is more interested in protecting foreign countries that have been ripping us off for decades than he is the United States of America. Kind of like our SCOTUS, right? Supreme Court members. Taking back an endorsement is a difficult decision for me. I've only done it once before with a former congressman named Mo Brooks from Alabama, who is leading by 54 points after my endorsement for U.S. Senate. And then he unexpectedly, for strictly political reasons, changed his views on the rigged election of 2020 and lost his race in a landslide to Katie Britt, who I endorsed. So what do you think is going to happen to little boy Rhino, Jeff Hurd? He's going to go bye-bye, right? And good riddance. So this is kind of leadership we need, maybe, and because she's a military veteran and has fought for our country, this new congresswoman will come in and basically start to clean up the cartels that are going off. And so that's another thing. So not only do we have the Muslim extremists that are going to blow up, but we have the cartels that are going to blow up. So it's going to be like bam, bam, bam. There's probably some other ones out there that maybe the Chinese or something. They've been coming over the borders. Who knows? All right, guys. Stay in the love vibration. It's going to get pretty cray-cray with reveals. It's going to really upset a lot of people because they think they understand the world, and they're going to find out that the world that they thought they knew is very incorrect, right? On many levels. And that's going to upset a lot of people. We're going to get a lot of people going to check out on this. And that's why they want to bring it in slow. So they can't do it too slow. So it's going to upset a lot of people. And of course, I think eventually we move into a situation where it's going to be like Trump is going to turn into Sulla. Sulla, Rome's reluctant tyrant. And I say like him because he wasn't him in the past life. I was him, right? Not that I think that's a great thing. But I tell you one thing that I did, and I've been talking about this, and you guys know this, and not because I'm like reaching back into my past lifetime and pulling Sulla out, but Sulla basically, when he finally came to power, he was like just an average dude like me, and eventually he's like, enough of this bullshit, and he basically got an army, marched on Rome, took over, and he started going after all the people that had corrupted Rome. And what did he do? He basically he put a bounty out on all the corrupt people, politicians, businessmen and women, and so forth. And the bounty was, you bring them in, however you bring them in, head, whatever, then you get what they had. All right. If they had an estate, if they had lands, if they had, wealth and so forth, it's yours. So yeah, cleaned up. You got the people involved. All right. I think that should happen today. All right. And maybe that's why a lot of people are leaving America, because think Sulla's revenge is coming back. I think it could. All right. I've been talking about this for a couple of years now. Well, a lot longer than that. I think that all those people that are running, you can run, but you ain't gonna be able to hide, especially in today's world, right? All right, guys, it's pretty crazy what's happening in the world. I think it's great. I think we're moving in the right direction. Keep your wits about you. Keep your intuition about you. Of course, we're moving into an intuitive world. If you don't understand intuition, please go get my highly reduced courses on developing your intuition, become the master of your reality, all right? And become a remote viewer. I've taught thousands of people all this stuff. Thousands, right? Thousands. So it is amazing. So really low prices. You can get it all for just one set price, and you get everything. So a lot of you still are doing these courses. Of course, been around a long time, but they're still very valuable, very timely. It was like, I remember when I was like, I left the CIA, and you guys probably know my Archangel Michael story. And then I did all kind of crazy stuff, had those intuitions and about things coming in the future. And I was right. And then I started sending love to all these baddies, and they went away. I'm like, wow. And then they try to control me. I'm not controllable, especially because I'm of God now. And CIA is Luciferian based. So I basically, had to go bye-bye. So CIA tried to make me go bye-bye a lot. So it didn't work out because I'm protected. So I went to the wilderness and decided I would just go, okay, you guys, I'm going to just go away. Just leave me alone. Right? I'm just going to go into the wilderness and live there. And so they hunted me in the wilderness. I was like, well, that sucks. And then God said, you're going to go back. I was like, do I, God? Yeah, that's why I let you stay here, because you're going to help people. And I was like, okay, so what am I going to do? And then he started giving me downloads of these courses, right? So then I was like, okay, build it and they will come type thing. And that's what happened. So a lot of you guys launched my career so that I could completely get into this. So 333 right now. So good numbers. All right, guys. Got to go get some guests coming over that are going to reveal a lot of stuff to me. So I'm looking forward to it. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the U.S. Constitution was hanging by a thread, while the Q movement was at last entering the final phase of the plan to save the world. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026 President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. Whispers point to it tying directly into the ongoing military operations dismantling child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers, and the stolen trillions funneled through globalist puppets. Expect names, big names, to be called out, with ironclad evidence ready to drop. We're talking sealed indictments, unsealed live on air, confirmation of military tribunals ramping up at Gitmo with high-profile executions already underway, and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the Republic has been restored under Trump's command against the illegitimate Biden regime remnants. Speaking of high-profile names being arrested, on Saturday night, February 21, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were put in custody worldwide by Trump's global military alliance after raids hit Rome, Brussels, London and D.C., according to JFK Jr. on Telegram starting Sunday 22nd of February, 2026 at midnight. A 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law phase began of the Q plan to save the world. With Monday, February 23, 2026's activation of the gold/asset-backed global currency reset, GCR, and global quantum financial system, QFS, banks across the world not Basel III compliant were being forced to close. They could no longer print fiat money, nor could they even function. The new QFS system was engineered to run independently from legacy banking structures powered by physical gold reserves recorded in real time. What this meant across the globe for the common person was there would be no more endless debt, no more banks controlling your life. Your bank account balance was already mirrored onto the new system, though, would not be accessible to you until you personally set up your new wallet at an official redemption center that has already been located near you. Redemption centers were scheduled to be open to the general public around mid-March. It was strongly advised to have cash on hand during this transition period of fiat currency to gold/asset-backed. Withdraw what you can from your bank now. There will be a period of 10 days when banks will be closed and ATMs not working. Prepare for the global currency reset, the full-scale activation of the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, a 48-hour wealth redistribution blackout, and 10 days of worldwide communication darkness, all synchronized with ongoing mass arrests by Trump's global military alliance in multiple countries with temporary martial law activated worldwide. Urgent, all systems were a go, worldwide DBS alert, blackout, and martial law phase began Sunday midnight, February 22, 2026. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram as of Sunday 22nd of February, 2026 4 a.m. EST. Gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control over all 209 nations. On Wednesday, February 25, 2026, a 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jezar wealth redistribution was scheduled to begin. In other words, those worldwide holding foreign currencies and ZIM bonds could schedule exchange/redemption appointments at their local official redemption center. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 days of darkness was scheduled to begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Quantum systems, Project Odin switched on, final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Broadcasts over cell phones worldwide incoming. Stay home. Stay calm. Stay in prayer. 10 countries will be running the EBS to cover the world. Military sources confirm that QFS accounts were in full sync. Prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND and ZIM rates aligning rapidly. Starlink will carry the truth documentaries, military tribunals and confessions in a 10-day movie 3 8-hour sessions a day, World Economic Crimes, Biolabs. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades, and would change everything for America and the world. On Wednesday, February 25, 2026, the scheduled 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazara wealth redistribution will begin. This marks the initiation of massive fund allocations into new sovereign digital wallets under QFS oversight. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 days of darkness will begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jazara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. EBS broadcasts were not to be confused with an emergency alert system, EAS, activation that was expected at any time. A new 5,000-plus army of Starlink satellites was already in place to take over mainstream media satellites, and the FEMA EBS broadcasts. On this Starlink system, the EAS will broadcast the Global Alliance's takedown of the cabal, showing arrests and tribunals of global elites charged with crimes against humanity. The documentaries have been made in 55 languages and 600 dialects and will be shown on all channels on the planet, as Cohen on Telegram Saturday 21st of February, 2026. See, what they are basically saying is that Nezero will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram Saturday 22nd of February, 2026. Then after that, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally, where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. But, to do that, there will be a message on EBS saying that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. During that lockdown it will be broadcast on every station and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. So at the end of the 12 days, apparently there will be an 800 number that we will then have to call, and then from that point we will be given our quantum appointment with confirmed date and time to go to. Here it refers to VR. Other things were also announced. Apparently we already globally all have a sum of money in our quantum account, and the reason why there hasn't been much information coming from the QFS team in these last few weeks, is because some important things were happening. One of the things is about 75 banks that were said to have been seized and all assets and accounts closed, and all of these were cabal accounts. These assets have then been taken and moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. And also all trust funds were moved to the QFS account. So, that's already moved, which is awesome. In fact, over time, money will no longer be a problem. Money literally just won't be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. So try to progress instead of being held back for so long. This is incredible news, and it is what we have been waiting for. They also confirmed that all the central banks have been taken and entered into the QFS, so they are all on the ISO 20022 standard. And the other thing to remember is that this is blockchain and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. Any money that is sent, they can see where it goes. Stops corruption in its tracks. There's nothing about moving money behind doors or, banks in the middle of nowhere abroad and stuff like that. None of that can happen anymore. All money is traceable, and remember, this is on a computer that is from out of this world. It's next level stuff. Now we are in the final steps. Then the stock market will crash, because when it does, it will be the end of it. All personal bank accounts, everything is reflected in the quantum financial account, so we have nothing to worry about. The only thing that is not reflected are the investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone, so if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out. And then the new stock will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. So all our bank accounts, savings accounts and retirement accounts are safe. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 10 Days of Darkness claims intensify in February 2026. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. February 2026 has become a flashpoint for one of the most aggressive alternative narratives online. Supporters of the so-called 10 Days of Darkness claim that a final global reckoning is underway, marked by mass arrests, sealed indictments, and the collapse of entrenched power structures often labeled as the deep state. According to these claims, covert military operations are active worldwide, elite figures are being detained under sealed processes, and long-suppressed information is preparing to surface through emergency broadcast channels. Advocates warn of temporary communication blackouts, described as a protective phase while evidence is revealed and systems are reset. At the center of the narrative is a promised financial shift. Proponents argue legacy fiat systems are nearing collapse and will be replaced by asset-backed structures and alternative settlement systems commonly referred to as QFS and NISARA/JESARA. Banks, they claim, are being forced to comply or fail, while new rails are quietly positioned behind the scenes. The narrative also alleges widespread exposure of corruption, trafficking networks, financial crimes, and political manipulation involving high-level institutions and public figures. Leaked documents and intelligence releases are cited as proof that accountability is finally approaching. Critics dismiss the claims as unverified. Supporters counter that disbelief itself was part of a collapsing trust structure. Regardless of perspective, the 10 Days of Darkness narrative continues to spread rapidly, fueling public distrust, demands for transparency, and the growing sense that a disruptive moment in global affairs is approaching. Global currency reset. QFS capital release confirmed. Private payouts now in motion. Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026. Multiple confirmations indicate that legacy bond capital is surging through the system at unprecedented velocity. Paymaster channels are filling faster than projected. Those with direct visibility describe the movement as a controlled financial detonation, a clear marker that the final liquidity phase tied to NISARA and JESARA is now live. Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026. Private redemption sessions are already being arranged discreetly across several regions. This is not a simulation or a soft launch. These are real allocations executing inside the quantum financial system. Position yourself. There will be no physical cash distribution. Access will be granted through sovereign quantum accounts, giving holders full authority over their funds. Capital can be segmented into secured channels for personal use, long-term reserves, and humanitarian deployment. Qualified facilitators will be present to assist with structuring, compliance, project selection, and post-release strategy. Zim status brief. Data is updating rapidly as final valuation bands lock in. The secure 800 contact line will activate closer to full system rollout. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100T bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 30 notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. Currency valuations are at historic levels. All channels continue to point to the same window, next week. Execution remains on track. Resistance elements are still active, but system security is absolute and all assets remain under quantum protection. Once released, the flow cannot be reversed. This is the final stretch. Global wealth reallocation is underway. Finalize your projects. Confirm your documentation. Eliminate distractions. The quantum era is not approaching. It is already active. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026. Now the currency revaluation is official. We are in the money, people. NISARA/JESARA activate on Telegram. With the EPA's non-tariff powers fully confirmed and no doubt remaining, Trump can now impose targeted restrictions on Iranian proxies disrupting Iraq's economy without legal overhang. This clears the primary obstacle to Iraq's dinar redenomination, zero-drop/program rate. As stable trade corridors become enforceable, coupled with the Section 122 tariffs USD weakening effect, the RV gains inevitability. CBI's February 17, 2026, Temenos Ripple integration for tokenized exchanges aligns perfectly. enabling seamless post-RV liquidity. One-to-one parity is coming. Judy note, it has been advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. United States Air Force College. Founder of the Unified Veterans Coalition Veterans Against Treason 2003 present. K. What we think we know as of Monday 23 Feb. 2026, Sun. February 22, 2026 assassination attempt foiled at Mar-a-Lago, armed intruder neutralized. Trump safe. A serious security incident unfolded today near Mar-a-Lago, where an armed individual was shot and neutralized after attempting to breach the perimeter of President Donald J. Trump's estate. Armed man in his early 20s. North Gate. Breach with shotgun and fuel can. Trump and Melania at White House, not present. No other injuries in a deliberate intrusion into one of the most heavily protected locations in the country. Authorities moved quickly. The suspect was stopped before gaining access, and President Trump is confirmed safe. While details are still emerging, the nature of the breach has triggered immediate scrutiny given the timing, coming amid heightened global tensions and Trump's recent high-impact policy moves. Sun. February 22, 2026. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the Biden admin changed the rules to allow commercial driver's license schools to self-certify. They took away all requirements allowing schools to give illegals CDLs. Democrats tried to bring down America. Some of these commercial driver's license schools, some of them don't even have a curriculum. So what this actually is a CDL mill where you can pay $800 or $1,000 and you don't get any training and they just certify that you have gone through the schooling requirements. Sun. February 22, 2026. Meet the most infamous bag of cocaine in America, the one discovered inside Biden's White House. The FBI tested it and found DNA, yet the Secret Service shut the case in 11 days with no suspect. Now FBI Director Patel has reopened the investigation. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 bombshell, new claims from Malik Obama reignite birth certificate scandal, Kenyan origins document surfaces, globalist cover-up back in the spotlight. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 breaking special report, Trump named them, the foreign interests behind the Supreme Court's tariff decision, and it's not just China. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 White House insider drops bombshell, President Trump preparing earth-shaking major announcement in State of the Union address. Deep state panic mode activated as the storm hits full force. Patriots, this is the big one we've been praying for, 107 on Telegram. A high-level White House source close to President Donald J. Trump has leaked explosive intel. Trump is gearing up for a historic, game-changing revelation during his upcoming State of the Union address in late February 2026, and it's going to send shockwaves through the corrupt establishment like nothing before. This isn't some watered-down policy speech. According to the trusted insider, speaking exclusively to patriots in the know, Trump and his inner circle, including key military advisors and loyalists, have crafted multiple decoy versions of the soda to throw off leakers, spies, and deep state plants embedded everywhere. The real speech, the one that matters, is locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Even top aides don't know the full contents yet, only that it's massive, it's righteous, and it's designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades. The source confirmed Trump personally reviewed and approved the core message just days ago, emphasizing that this announcement will change everything for America and the world. Whispers point to it tying directly into the ongoing military operations dismantling child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers, and the stolen trillions funneled through globalist puppets. Expect names, big names, to be called out, with ironclad evidence ready to drop. We're talking sealed indictments unsealed live on air, confirmation of military tribunals ramping up at Gitmo with high-profile executions already underway, and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the Republic has been restored under Trump's command against the illegitimate Biden regime remnants. Deep state rats are scrambling, panic-buying escape routes, burning files, and begging for deals that won't come. The source admitted. The exact wording remains classified even from him, but the tone is unmistakable, triumphant, unyielding, and final. Trump knows the American people are awake, the Q army is mobilized, and the time for half measures is over. This so too isn't politics as usual. The people will reclaim our nation once and for all. No more shadows, no more lies, only light and truth blasting from the Capitol. Stay locked in, trust the plan, prepare for fireworks bigger than July 4th on steroids. The best really is yet to come, and it's happening now. Russia's doomsday plane in Tehran, Iran arming with China's F-35 jammers, globalists planned Iran World War III spark, Trump crushed it. Supreme Court hit buys them seconds, Trump war-gamed it. Wealthy rats fleeing to New Zealand golden visas, terrified of incoming wrath. Good riddance. $1 stablecoin teased, dollar upgrade, but gold/silver rules now. Red light therapy ignored. Ringside with Nino March 25th, Black Sheep wargame. Stuart Swerdlow intel drops soon. Blood Moon March 3rd. Purim Cabal fireworks. Old witches won't reach golden age. First major arrest looms, military tribunals roll. Trump banner at DOJ, retribution live. Kash Patel's FBI hunts left-wing violence funders, arrests underway. Deep state free fall, Epstein ghosts tormenting every traitor. Trump holds aces, vindication, buckle up, the biblical storm is here. WWG Wonga. N. Election fraud. Sun. February 22, 2026. Democrats issued over 5.5 million illegal Social Security numbers and registered them to vote in order to steal the 2020 election and change voting map of the United States by adding seats through the U.S. Census. They also enrolled illegals in Medicaid, and qualified illegals for max Social Security benefits. Elon confirmed and warned us, MAGA voice on Telegram. Saturday 21st of February. 2026 Fox News 2020 election. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona, 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan, 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia, 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. U.S. Postal Service subcontractor truck driver testified that he transported approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. Here are circumstances where in the middle of the night, tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Saturday 22nd of February. 2026 Delaware County, Pennsylvania, November 3, 2020. Delaware County lawyer Tom Gallagher and an election official caught on surveillance video destroying Dominion voting machine tapes, election documents, and evidence, to bypass FOIA requests and cover up their crimes during the 2020 election. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Whistleblower, why do you have to rip it up? Does it make you feel better? Tom, yeah. Iggy, gotta have a little campfire going. What we have here is evidence. Whistleblower, but it's been that way since the November election, so why would you throw anything away? You have to save it for 22 months. All swing state secretaries of state and their attorneys general belong behind bars. Q government fraud. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026, Health Sec. RFK Jr. just blew the lid off another California scam, right in Gavin Newsom's backyard. A hotel was found where every single room was listed as the headquarters for a nursing group. Every room. RFK Jr. They aren't actually doing nursing care. They just collect money. So let's be real, fake businesses. Fake HQs. Real taxpayer dollars getting drained, and insurance payouts getting milked. This is what corruption looks like when nobody's held accountable. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Our Sunday 22nd of February. 2026, a young woman explained why Chicago residents didn't protest or riot against ICE the way people did in Los Angeles or Minneapolis. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. She said that while working security at an aid office, black residents began noticing that illegal immigrants, particularly Venezuelans, were filling the office every day, had a separate line, couldn't speak English, and were receiving much larger amounts of assistance than Chicago residents who pay taxes. The differences in treatment and benefits shaped the community's reaction. When they came, They were getting $3K, $4K in Lincoln cash, all types of aid from the government. Meanwhile, real citizens who pay taxes were begging for $100 a month in Link. You all know black people talk shit, so everybody in the office because it's two separate lines for the immigrants and the citizens, and there are like 1 million people outside the offices every morning would notice. They'd be like, all these motherfuckers here, they're getting this much money and they're getting this. I saw somebody leave a receipt with that balance on it. They'd do a bunk H of that, so everybody knew what the Venezuelans had going on, and everyone was getting enraged by it. Saturday 21st of February. 2026 CBS alert: Epstein fallout explodes as deep state crumbles. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. On Friday 20th of February, the Supreme Court gutted President Trump's emergency tariffs in a rigged 6-3 decision. Roberts, the black-eyed traitor, spearheaded it with liberals and weak conservatives. They axed reciprocal slams on China, Canada, Mexico, meant to choke fentanyl and globalist scams. Thomas, Kavanaugh, Alito dissented hard. This hands victory to the enemy. But patriots, this is no loss, it's the trigger. Fed's fiat house of cards collapses as gold, silver, commodities explode in value. Trump already countered with new 10% global tariffs under fresh authority. Deep state exposed compromised justices, Epstein blackmail on Roberts and more drops imminent. Brunson case still primed to obliterate the 2020 fraud, cementing Trump as true 45th and 47th. 107 confirmed, Trump never conceded, boycotted fake inauguration, now he's unleashing New York hardball. 2020 legitimacy strike incoming, massive. T-mass arrests. V. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 bombshell, Obama's fraudulent birth certificate exposed, the globalist Manchurian candidate unmasked, CIA puppet, WEF operative, global fraud. Exposed, shocking proof ignites the awakening, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. The veil is tearing wide open right now in 2026. Fresh explosive claims from Malik Obama have detonated the long-suppressed truth, Barack Hussein Obama's so-called Hawaiian birth certificate is a blatant forgery, a crafted lie to install a foreign agent as America's destroyer-in-chief. This isn't ancient history, it's erupting fresh today with a surfaced Kenyan origins document that screams Kenyan birth, British subject status under colonial rule, listing Mr. Barack Hussein Obama as born in the colony and protectorate of Kenya. The globalist cabal tried to bury this forever, but the digital chains are breaking, viral outrage is spreading like wildfire across truth networks. Obama's father was Kenyan, a British subject by colonial law. That alone made baby Barry a British citizen at birth, disqualifying him forever from ever being a natural-born U.S. citizen under the Constitution. Supreme Court rulings from way back confirm it. Natural-born means both parents citizens, born on soil. But this was no accident, it was engineered treason. Obama is the ultimate Manchurian candidate, groomed by the CIA, ties straight to George H.W. Bush era ops, funneled through elite indoctrination hubs, and deployed as a WEF puppet to erode America from within. His entire presidency, an occupation force, accelerating endless wars, open borders invasion, economic sabotage, racial division, spiritual decay, and handing keys to Klaus Schwab's cabal. The fraud runs deeper. The Obama family reeks of CIA construct, no real pregnant photos of Michelle, whispers of deeper secrets persist. Kids with erased trails, all part of the inversion agenda pushing transgender agendas, youth corruption, pedo-normalization, transhumanism, hatred for God's creation, and satanic threads woven into Hollywood, schools, military, everything. This Luciferian operation depopulated dreams, surveilled the masses, and subverted institutions, all while the mockingbird media blacked it out. Now, in this great awakening moment of February 2026, the mask is ripped off for good. Declassified whispers, Brother Malik's bombshell drop, and undeniable layers of forgery in the fake certificate prove it. Layers peeled in forensic analysis show cut-paste digital manipulation, stamps imported, codes screaming fraud, just like Sheriff Arpaio's posse exposed years ago, but now it's hitting critical mass again. The deep state panicked then. But patriots never forgot. Trump knew, he called it out, and the military tribunals loom closer every day as this citizenship fraud evidence floods public view. Quanons, this is the red pill drop they've dreaded. Obama was never legitimate. foreign by birth, allegiance, and design, a weapon to dismantle the republic. The global fraud is crumbling. The storm is here, the plan is in motion, and we the people are rising. Share this far and wide, the truth is unstoppable now. The deep state's house of cards is collapsing, and justice is coming for the puppet and his handlers. WWG1. The best is yet to come, hold the line, trust the plan, and watch the world wake up. Friday, February 21, 2026. Benjamin Fulford. Urgent emergency, a critical mass of humanity awakens to the satanic takeover. A critical mass of humanity has awakened to the grim truth: Western civilization was hijacked millennia ago by a satanic cult thriving on GCR, and full-scale activation of the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, across 209 countries. Activation of the QFS this coming Monday supports President Trump's plan to eliminate income taxes. Back in 2020 he moved the Federal Reserve away from ownership of the cabal, Satan-worshipping private bankers in foreign countries, and put it under control of the people in the new U.S. Treasury located on independent grounds of an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. With elimination of the IRS, Trump plans to fund a much smaller government through tariffs and a 14% tax on the purchase of new items only, none on buying food or medicine, used cars or older homes, etc. This week the Supreme Court struck down Trump's proposed tariff law, so he just changed tactics. On Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, Trump announced, "Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged, and we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies." Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, bombshell announcement. Plan B. The 1974 comeback, Section 122. Executive order signed, 10% global tariff takes effect immediately. Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, official statement, Scott Bessent goes off, they lied. Tariffs stay. Trump never back down, tariffs stand, deep state panic sought. February 21, 2026, urgent update, Trump raises worldwide tariff to 15%. We are done being ripped off. Trump responds to SCOTUS with full force. 47 is doubling down to accomplish this. GCR, a 48-hour blackout for Jezar Law wealth redistribution will begin on Wednesday, February 25, 2026. It was advised to have cash, food and essentials on hand as banks and ATMs will be closed, perhaps from Wednesday 25th of February, 2026 through 10 more days to Saturday, March 7, 2026. By Sunday, March 1, 2026, 10 days of darkness across the globe will begin through the new and secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jezara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Those who have purchased SIM bonds for their personal humanitarian projects will be redeeming the bonds in specially set up redemption centers. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. It was assumed that those who have purchased foreign currencies will follow the SIM holder redemptions with notification to set their appointments for exchanges at the redemption centers. American Media Group. The next day, on Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar Law, the Constitutional Republic of the United States. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up, nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said, nor written. Evidently people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products, or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at a official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing B. Saturday 21st of February 2026. Prepare for the global currency reset, the full-scale activation of. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Wednesday, February 25, 2026, the scheduled 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazar Well 3